Yeah, it's now live.
Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, everyone. It is now 9 o'clock, and so I resume the hearing. Given that I think at least the vast majority of people are people that have joined before, I won't go through the detailed instructions of how we are using Zoom for this meeting, but just the main points really are to keep your camera on unless you don't want it, unless you don't want people to see you, in which case that is fine. But my preference is to have a camera on so that I'm not staring at a blank screen all day. And generally speaking, if you can keep your microphone switched off, please, and only put it on when you are invited to speak or you're going to speak. Are there any questions before we, in effect, pick up where we left off yesterday? I think I can't see that anyone is indicating to ask a question. So in that case, then, so to remind everyone, as though you could possibly have forgotten, we are on matter 22, the supply of land for housing, and we are looking specifically at the moment at issues 22.1 B and C, that is, if the housing requirement should be modified to 13,000, should the supply of housing sites proposed in the plan also be reduced, and if so, how? And is a buffer of around 13% an appropriate approach? If not, why not? When we adjourned yesterday afternoon, so first of all, I know that there are a number of people who've raised their hands to come in. So if I could just beg a little more patience just for a few moments, because when we finished up yesterday, I had posed the question, well, two questions, I think, really. The first being whether or not a plan that doesn't have a buffer would be a lawful one. And I did ask well, particularly, but not exclusively, the lawyers amongst us to ponder that question. Ms. Ormsby, is that a point on which you've had any thoughts?
Well, thank you, sir. I mean, the extent of the buffer is clearly a matter of planning judgment, subject to the test of irrationality. And in circumstances where there is a housing requirement, if there was not to be a buffer, it seems to us that you would need to come to the conclusion that the supply was so perfectly aligned for the remainder of the plan period to 2031 that it would meet that requirement in precisely the way that the trajectory shows it will. Because unless you were able to come to that conclusion that there was perfect alignment, it would mean that the requirement would not be met over the plan period. And therefore the plan would not be a sound plan in that it would not be boosting the housing supply, and it would not be creating the flexibility that is needed through the NPPF in order to ensure that the requirement was met. So I would suggest to you that it would be quite a hard task for you to reach that planning judgment. And there would be a risk that you would potentially be straying into the area of irrationality unless you could explain why the alignment was so. So I think you would very much struggle not to have a buffer. And I think it's fair to say that I'm not sure that anybody is suggesting there should be no buffer. It seems to me that the issue is the extent of it. And certainly I'm not aware, I don't know if you are, so I'm not aware of any plan that has not had a buffer, because I think it's accepted that you can never perfectly predict what's going to happen over a significant period of time, and therefore you need to build in flexibility and a contingency and a headroom in order to ensure that what you are striving to achieve will in fact be achieved. So that's the first point. So then it comes on to, well, what should the extent of the buffer be, which again is a matter of planning judgment, subject again to the test of irrationality. And I think obviously it's probably better if Mr. Smith addresses why he is suggesting that the buffer that is proposed for the plan is appropriate, because that is a planning judgment. And it may be better that we just let all the other representatives speak and say whatever it is they want to say, and then Mr. Smith can effectively address you in one go right at the end as to why, in his professional judgment, the buffer that is currently in the plan is the appropriate one.
Yeah, just on that.
Sorry, yes.
Sorry,
sir. Yes, please continue. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just. It depends what he wants to do, but I was going to give. I'm conscious that we've heard quite a lot from others towards the end of yesterday. So I was going to give Mr. Smith the chance, if he wanted to take it, to reply. But if he wants to leave it until later, that's absolutely.
I think. I mean, obviously, Mr. Smith will tell you if he wants to do it in another way. But it seems to me sensible to let everybody say whatever it is that they want to say. And then, hopefully we can then deal with all those points for you in one go, and you can take a careful note of those rather than this sort of backwards and forwards. So, I just thought that it might be easier for you and your note to deal with it in that way. But obviously, we're entirely in your hands. Whatever most helps you, sir.
Thank you. That's absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I wonder whether, Ms. Ormsby, I don't know if this is for you or for Mr. Smith actually, but whether the commitment to an early review is something that has a bearing on the question of the buffer.
Well, sir, we and again, it might be better that Mr. Smith explains to you what the purpose of the review is. But it is my understanding that one of the reasons for the review, and one very important reason for the review, is to essentially enable alignment between the authorities in the Stevenage housing market area to effectively review their plans all at the same time, so that then in 3 years or so time, all these plans move forward together, rather than the misalignment which exists to some extent at the moment. That's the first important point. And the second is also to try and achieve a similar approach, if at all possible, in relation to the Luton housing market area, bearing in mind the situation that because of the administrative borders of Luton, it simply cannot meet its own needs within its own area, and that effectively under the duty to cooperate, there are requirements for it to engage with its neighbours on the cross-boundary matter of housing and meeting the need. So I think that's one of the main reasons. It may be that there are others, and if I can just pause there and just ask Mr. Smith just to come in, please, just to assist you with any other main points that he wants to raise to you in relation to why we think it's appropriate for there to be a review in really quite short term. Although, of course, as you've already raised now on a number of occasions, there is a requirement to review within 5 years anyway. So the statutory requirement is within 5 years. So you're meant to have had it all done and dusted within a 5-year period. So, whether it's 3 years or within 5 years, it is probably not hugely material, given now the statutory requirement that the local authority is under. But if I can just pass you over to Mr. Smith, and there might be a couple of more points he wants to make on the review.
Yes, just before you do, one more question for you, Ms. Osby. Is the word review, and do correct me if I've got this wrong, but I've got to say the word again. Statutorily,
Yes.
the requirement is to, in inverted commas, review
Yes.
your plan every 5 years. But that exercise, as I understand it, involves looking at your plan, checking to see if it is still up to date,
Yep.
and if it isn't, doing something about it.
That's correct.
But if it is, leaving it alone.
Correct.
My understanding here is that irrespective of anything else, the council's review will inevitably involve the production of a new plan.
Well, I think it will be a review in the way that you have just characterised it. They will need to look to see, because it's being produced under the transitional arrangements, they will need to see how compliant the plan is under the existing NPPF, the current NPPF. And we all know that that means at the moment ensuring that your housing requirement complies with the standard method. So that means that the requirement probably is likely to change. Under the current standard method, it's going to go up by 6,000 houses. So that is something that I think we will, obviously they'll have to deal with that because it won't be NPPF compliant. And if the requirement isn't NPPF compliant, then that means that needs to change. And then if we were doing it under the existing NPPF today, we'd be looking to find another potentially 6,000 houses within the district, or giving a good reason as to why we shouldn't have to do that. So those are the things that inevitably will be coming under the review, which may be different. I take your point to if one was literally carrying out a review in relation to a plan that had been done under the 2018 NPPF. But it may be many other policies in the plan will remain still fit for purpose. So, I mean, you've spent an awful lot of time, for which we're very grateful, going through the policies, making sure that they're justified and effective. And we would hope very much that those policies will still very much be fit for purpose in 3 years' time. But I think it's probably the requirement that is likely to change at the moment. It's a significant upward trajectory. I don't know if Mr. Smith wants to add anything to those points. Does that help you, sir? Or
yes,
probably not?
Well, I think it does. But I suppose because, as you point out, Ms. Ormsby, the primary aim, or one of the primary aims, stroke purposes of the, in inverted commas, review, is to bring about, alignment in plan making and plan periods with other authorities. That would unavoidably mean the production of a new plan over whatever sort of period.
Well, it would be 15 years. So I think is the point that was being made by Mr. Bolton yesterday, insofar as that is relevant to the buffer, which I think is the point that you're really interested in at the moment. Insofar as that is relevant to the buffer, the buffer of the 13,250, that represents broadly 1 year's supply. So if we are going to, in 3 years' time, to have to look to a 15-year period with the current likelihood that the requirement is going to go up, in order to ensure, and also that taken together with the precarious position in relation to the 5-year supply, that means that we really do need the buffer. It's not a reason not to have a buffer. We are going to need the buffer, whether we have a review or not. And the fact of the review increases the need for the buffer. It doesn't decrease it, in our view, for the reasons I've just explained.
Okay, thank you for that.
Does that help, sir?
It does. I think it's going to be quite the detail of what goes into the review policy is going to be potentially quite important, and obviously we don't have the detail of that wording at the moment.
No, I mean, I anticipate, unless you tell me different, I anticipate it simply being a policy to indicate that a review should be undertaken within 3 years rather than the statutory 5 years, and some explanatory text to explain that. And the explanatory text will be to ensure that there is alignment with the current NPPF, not least in relation to the requirement and the plan that the housing requirement will need to align with the standard method, unless there's good reason not to do that, and to ensure that we're planning for 15 years rather than the situation that we're currently in, where we're only planning for 11, which is obviously not really NPPF compliant. So, but I don't envisage anything more than that. I certainly, for the reasons I touched on yesterday, I would be extremely reluctant for the council to be adopting a policy as has been done in the Bedford local plan, because that plan is saying that unless a review has been, or unless a review has been undertaken and a plan submitted within 3 years, on the most important policies for the determination of the applications will be regarded as out of date. So it automatically means that the tilted balance would apply in 3 years' time, irrespective of whether the local authority have got a 5-year supply. And that seems to me to be pretty draconian, and will put the council under significant pressure in relation to greenfield land, not green belt, but greenfield land, in relation to ad hoc speculative applications, when it will have a 5-year supply, or may do. So we would certainly resist anything along those sorts of lines. So it will literally just be a fairly standard review policy. That's what I've certainly got in mind, unless you tell me that you've got in mind something different, bearing in mind that all we're arguing about is 3 or 5 years. It's only a 2-year difference that we're really grappling with, because even if there was no review, we'd still have to do it within 5 years, and we'd still have to bring it into alignment with the NPPF as it currently stands, or will do at that time. So we're only arguing over 2 years, really. Yeah, no, sure. I understand. The only thing that I'm still unclear about is whether, I suppose the question in short is whether or not, if you say, you have in your mind that it would be a standard kind of review policy, okay, fine, I understand what you mean by that. The only thing that I am unsure about is this question of aligning plan making and timing with adjacent authorities, and whether or not that would unavoidably lead to the production of a new plan. Well, we'd have to do it within 5 years anyway. So I think what we're saying is that one of the advantages of doing it sooner rather than later within that 5-year period is to try and bring all the plans into alignment, given that they've all, I think, got some review policy in them to some extent or another. But that's the first point. But the second point is to ensure that we're actually planning for a 15-year period, because obviously in 3 years' time, we're only going to have a plan in place for 8 years. So, we need to get on with it. We really do. We will need to get on with that. Otherwise, we're going to be failing in the in meeting the objectives of the NPPF, in boosting housing supply and assisting and playing our part in relation to resolving the housing crisis. So, we really do need to get on with it, and I think that's recognised, and probably should be recognised in the plan. Okay, thank you. Hopefully that helps a little bit. It does. Yes, I don't know if you invited Mr. Smith to add to that. I don't know if there was anything that you wanted, any cherry that you wanted to put on top of that. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
No, I think Ms. Ormsby has broadly covered the ground. As you say, I guess there's 2 key motives behind the review, as Ms. Ormsby has explained. The first is around alignment. When we first proposed kind of limited reviews this time last year, it was actually initially proposed more around sort of education issues in the Stevenage area, which is why we had the sort of particular motive to align with their timetables. But obviously, given where we are with the timing of the plan, you know, we recognise we now have 10 years left versus the recommended 15, which we did have at the time we wrote the plan. But obviously, time moves on, and we are where we are. And I think, based on what we currently know, it seems very likely that that review process would conclude that a review was needed. But at the same time, as Mr. Hornsby said, that review will have to be conducted on the facts at the time. And I think it's about crafting a policy and some supporting text. That the policy, as Ms. Hornsby suggests, is probably a fairly standard review policy, and it's perhaps in the supporting text where we allude to those other factors that we know about without entirely tying our hands to make a sort of clean, independent judgment in 3 years' time when that review point takes place. I think more broadly, bringing it back to the buffer and the points we're going to go through with you later this morning, is the council is bluntly in a fairly dire position in terms of land supply. We are very severely backloading the plan, which in turn, and again we'll expand on this, you know, is a reflection of the fact that this authority hasn't allocated any sites for development in a statutory plan for 27 years. So we are very much coming from a standing start. And in that sense, our view, you know, the proposed review isn't a chance to defer some of these difficult decisions. We still need to make sure that this plan is sound for the period to 2031 and can demonstrate a rolling 5-year housing land supply. And I think if we try and defer some of those decisions to the review, then we're going to be sat in front of one of your colleagues, presumably, or yourself in a few years' time, having exactly the same conversation about how we're in a bit of a terrible position in terms of land supply, and we need to make those decisions. We need to make those decisions now to put us in a better position for the review.
Yes. Sorry, bear with me. I've got. Sorry, bear with me a moment. I've got something odd happening with my computer. Right, that's better. My apologies, Mr. Smith.
I was done. Did you hear all of that?
I did, yeah. No, I could hear fine. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Okay. I am conscious that a number of people have been extremely patient, waiting their turn to come in. First of all, Mr. Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. Good morning. I'll be as quick as I can. In regard to question 22.1b, it won't surprise you to hear that I submit that the East of Luton sites should be removed from the local plan, as there is clearly no unmet need coming from within Luton we can find that needs any intervention by NHDC. And with regard to question 1c, the buffer question, I'm a bit confused here, to be honest. I have seen references to 4%, 6% and 7% in earlier versions of the plan. And now there's talk of both 13% and 20%. NHDC's documentation mentions 13%, but also includes a figure of 20% in their tabulations. So I've no real idea what it is they're proposing in truth. One thing that I don't think has been mentioned by anybody yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, is that NHDC has failed to meet the government's housing delivery test in the past 4 years, with delivering only 44% of its requirement during that period. One of only 8 councils across England that has fallen foul of that target. Reading the rules in NPPF February 2019, para 73C, I think NHDC is bound to apply a 20% buffer, which won't come as succor to many people representing, but I feel it's worth making that point. NHDC, as I understand it, is under so-called presumption in favour of sustainable development, which means, again, as I understand it, that if an unsolicited application comes forward that may or may not be in the local plan, providing it meets NPPF rules, that application is quite likely to be accepted. I think this points all the more to the need for an agreed and acceptable local plan that NHDC and ourselves can work with as soon as possible. If I may, I'd like to return to the point I made yesterday about the East of Luton allocation of 1,400 homes proposed for build through to 2031, which I felt was being regarded by NHDC now as a buffer to ensure surety of supply for its own needs, rather than to meet unmet needs from Luton. And I suggested this was my reading of Paras 30, 31, 32 of ED 191B. Now, Mr. Smith admonished me yesterday, perfectly pleasantly and gently, and said that this was not the case, as it was clearly stated in Para 23, I think he said, that the 1,400 dwellings were indeed to meet Luton's unmet needs. I've looked at that wording, and I think it's worth saying. It says 100 of the homes to be provided east of Luton are required to meet North Hertfordshire's own needs arising within the Luton HMA. This would leave a balance of 1,400 homes that are presently anticipated to be delivered by 2031 to address Luton's unmet housing needs. So that sort of is clear. I'll come back to that in a minute. So after having read that statement, I looked again at Paras 31 and 32. And in Para 31, NHD states, and I quote, and they're referring here, I think, to all the strategic sites, which I'm pretty certain are all in the Greenbelt. So releasing these strategic sites from the Greenbelt now will, in addition to making a major contribution to the revised housing requirement, provide greater surety of supply when future plan reviews are undertaken. So I take it that the clear implication of that statement is that the East of Luton site is available to be considered along with other strategic sites as a surety of supply, in other words, a buffer. In Para 31, it continues, continuing to identify the proposed north of Baldock and east of Luton allocations in full, along with those other strategic sites where some delivery is anticipated to occur beyond 2031, allows for any future schemes to be considered holistically, to provide certainty for future plan reviews, and reduces the risk of further Greenbelt alterations being required at the end of a planned period, consistent with NPPF Paras 83 and 85. I think it's that reference, I guess, the east of Luton in the context of being one of the sites that could be used as a buffer that's perhaps confused me. But in my defence, I'm not the only one that seems to be confused by this wording. White Peak Planning in its Matter 22 hearing statement said in Para 2.1.6.4, and I quote, as NHDC has identified a buffer in ED 191B, in terms of its capacity for meeting North Hertfordshire's housing need within the planned period, but not Luton's unmet need, see section 2.3, it would seem sensible for the 85 dwellings from the EOL East of Luton site identified in the trajectory to meet North Hertfordshire's need to be reassigned to Luton's need so that more dwellings can be delivered within the planned period, noting that the period is the same for both local plans. Now, the way I read through, that's a bit treacly, that. The way I read through that is that as the NHDC buffer is purely for North Hertford's needs and not for Luton's unmet needs, therefore what White Peak is suggesting is that the element of the total build of 1,400 through to 2031 on the East of Luton site that is earmarked for North Hert's own requirements, now be that 85 as they say or 100 as NHD states, that those be reassigned instead to Luton's need. This surely indicates that White Peak feels that the vast majority of these houses in the East of Luton sites are now regarded as a buffer for North Hert's and not for Luton's unmet needs. They then go on to say in section 2.3, para 2.3.1, and I'm paraphrasing slightly, the question of the buffer is not applicable to the housing requirement in relation to Luton's unmet need, as there is no buffer. I think that means there's no buffer in the Luton plan. Para 2.4 of ED 191B, and here I have to say, I don't know what they're talking about because there's no Para 2.4 of ED 191B, so I'm a bit confused there, demonstrates that the total housing requirement is based on the amount of delivery from the east of Luton sites towards Luton's unmet need. And then finally, in the next para, 2.32, it says, insofar it is being suggested that the element of the OAN in relation to Luton's unmet need is to be revised to 1400 as indicated in the inspector's questions, this would be to plan not to meet Luton's unmet need. So I hope you can see why I'm confused. Coming back to para 23, as I mentioned before, of ED 191B that Mr. Smith referred to me yesterday, and where this would say this would leave a balance of 1,400 homes that are presently anticipated to be delivered by 2031 to address Luton's unmet needs. I think we need to be clearer from NHDC as to what exactly this means, as it could mean presently anticipated for delivery by 2031, or it could also mean presently anticipated for delivery to meet Luton's unmet needs. Furthermore, I submit that presently anticipated is rather woolly and not nearly definitive enough. Now, my final point on this tortuous topic is it possible in planning policy terms, because I don't know the answer to this, for an allocation of housing to be capable of being used for two purposes at once? Specifically, can the houses proposed for build on the east of Luton site on the one hand be for Luton's unmet need, or on the other hand also be used as a buffer to meet North Hert's own requirements? I note that Luton Borough Council welcomes an early review of its local plan, which in any event has to be done before 2022, to enable a review of housing needs across the Luton HMA. This inevitably, I think, would force Luton to have to admit to its housing build programme. But at the same time, it's also pressing for the NHDC local plan to be progressed as soon as possible to allow the east of Luton housing allocation to be built in order to meet the, quote, urgent and pressing need, unquote, to meet Luton's unmet needs. It seems to me that Luton here is aware that the 2020 review will be forced to reveal the full extent of the house building programme in its borough, and the fact that the unmet need is drastically reduced, and therefore wants to get the east of Luton sites committed as soon as possible, such that the development is underway before the review takes place. And then probably it will be difficult to stop for all the reasons we've heard others say yesterday. Once it's gone, it's gone. And I repeat, it cannot be, I don't think, to be an exceptional circumstance to build on greenbelt land for the sake of what may be only 85 or 100 houses to contribute such a minuscule amount to meet a non-existent unmet need. None of this makes logical sense to me. Now, the proponents of this scheme, if I've got this right, are relying on the Compton Parish Council versus Guildford Borough Council legal case of December 2019. Having read both the Guildford local plan and also the judgment, I found that the circumstances were very different to the situation we have here. I have to say, I agree with my learned friend from, I think it was Mr. Parkinson, although he was able to explain this much more cogently and clearly than I can. The clear difference to me seems to be that Guildford Borough Council was very open and honest from the outset with its constituents about the need for the release of greenbelt land and the exceptional circumstances underlying that proposal. I think this is different to the way in which NHDC and its cohorts have treated the people of the villages of Cockenhoe, Mangrove Green and Tea Green. It's true that the inspector in the Guildford case accepted the need for the greenbelt land to be used also as a buffer in the event of lower population projections, and this was also an exceptional circumstance, and the court agreed with this judgment. It's entirely different to what I think is a rather murky way in which councils around here have been operating, with the houses being proposed and then suddenly proposed for an entirely different purpose in the host authority. The inspector, I think, you are entitled to reach a different conclusion about the exceptional circumstances of the east of Luton land now being possibly proposed as a buffer. I hate to see this, but I suspect that whatever the decision reached, this matter could well find its way in court eventually. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dorman. Yeah, I would say, I think it was Mr. Parkinson that raised those points previously, and I have those in my mind. Yeah, just on the other points, Mr. Dorman does touch on something that I'm not as clear on as I need to be, and that is the whole question of the buffer in relation to east of Luton and whose needs whose needs are now being met by what. So if we could get some clarity about that, maybe I don't know if that's best done now or at the end.
I think that's a standalone point, if you'd like, sir.
Yeah, please, Mr. Smith.
Okay. Yes, I appreciate Mr. Dorman's point. There's a lot of numbers floating around here, so I think it's important, as you suggest, sir, to be very clear on what they mean and what they are for. The first point, I guess, is that the council is still proposing that the east of Luton sites are allocated in full. And if we refer to policy SP19 in the plan, that's quite clear that that's a new neighbourhood for approximately 2,100 homes. Within that, we're aware, obviously, the unmet need that we've agreed to meet from Luton is in the region of 1,950 homes. And I appreciate Mr. Dorman and others dispute that figure, but the council's view is that unmet need exists and it's necessary for us to meet that. And obviously we'll discuss that tomorrow.
Yeah, my apologies, I didn't get the figure, which was the one thing that I did want to take from it.
1,950 is our agreed contribution to Luton's unmet needs. Which obviously leaves a balance of around 150. Now, the reference to 1,400 or 1,485, 1,485 that Mr. Dorman's mentioned, if we look at the housing trajectory in ED 191B,
bear with me a moment.
Yeah, and that's in the appendix, probably best to look at, so where you've got the detailed schedule of each individual site. So page 11, I think it is. No, Luton's on page 12, actually, it's over the page. Do you have that?
Yes, I do have it, but in very small print.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You'll see towards the top of that, we've got the three sites which collectively make the East of Luton allocation. So EL1, EL2, EL3.
Yeah.
And as you run across the trajectory, you can see we anticipate first completions from 2023-24 on one of those sites, and then essentially that runs through to 2031.
Yeah.
And if you total those three sites, at the end of that, you've got a total to 2031 column.
Yeah.
And if you total those sites, that comes to 1,485 homes. Now,
so it's delivery of 1,485 during the plan period.
That is what we say when we say what is currently anticipated. Now, that in the council's view is a sound figure for delivery purposes. You'll see from the submissions of Bloor Homes that they contend they could actually deliver slightly quicker than that.
Yeah.
which I have no particular reason to doubt, but obviously any requirement we set in the plan forms the basis going forward of our 5-year housing land supply and our housing delivery test calculation. So we're perhaps a little prudent in our estimates because we don't want to tie ourselves to too high or too optimistic a requirement just in case it's not met. So within that, that's why we refer to 1,400 homes for east of Luton in the housing requirement figures, and then this balance of 85, because rewinding, if you can recall, to the very early sessions that we had, the significant majority of North Hertfordshire is in what's identified as the Stevenage housing market area, and we have a thin strip at the west of the district in the Luton housing market area. And obviously, as well as Luton's unmet needs, we need to address our own needs within that area.
So it's 1,400 for Luton, 85 for North Herts.
Effectively, yes, off that trajectory, yes. Yeah. Now, in reality, obviously, that is a trajectory based on the best information and our judgment at this moment in time. It may be, as per Blorhome's submissions, and I'm sure they'll speak at some point, that we can deliver more than that in the period. But if that is the case, then firstly, it just means we are meeting a greater proportion of that unmet need for Luton actually within the plan period. And I don't think there'd be any objection to that if you accept the principle that unmet need exists. And secondly, any over delivery gives us greater headroom in our 5-year housing land supply and housing delivery test calculations, because obviously, as we'll come on to, those numbers are still quite tight. So hopefully that gives you some clarity between the different numbers that are bandied around, and I appreciate.
I do understand.
There's a number of them, yes, thank you.
So I wonder whether it might be helpful if Mr. Smith then goes on to explain how the 13.25 buffer has been arrived at, because obviously the buffer solely relates to the North Hertfordshire need, not the Luton unmet need. Is it helpful for him to go on to explain those figures as well? Because there does seem to be a bit of confusion about those figures also.
I suspect be of assistance, yes.
Okay, yes, we said we'd do this kind of at the end once everyone had spoken, but as Mr. Ormsby says, perhaps it's best if...
Well, no, it's literally just to explain the figure, Mr. Smith, it's literally just to explain what the figures represent, not why they're right or wrong, literally just so that people understand what element is the need and what element is the buffer, and whether it relates to Luton in any way. Okay,
again, as mentioned yesterday, that's probably best done by reference to ED 191B. And on page 4 of that, underneath paragraph 21, there's a table there which shows for North Hertfordshire's needs, the requirement of 11,600 homes, and the identified supply for North Hertfordshire's needs, so that only includes the 85 homes, not the remaining 1,400, an identified supply of 13,250, which, as it shows in the table there, is a surplus of around 1,650 homes, or 14%, which is where that 14% figure is arrived at. And then on the right-hand side of the table, obviously that splits it down into what we expect to be provided for North Hertfordshire's needs within the Stevenage housing market area, which is the significant majority of it, and in fact where the entirety of the buffer is found, and within the Luton housing market area. And within the Luton housing market area, we have 150 homes, which is the 85 from east of Luton, plus one other small allocation in one of the villages, plus permissions, completions, and a small element of windfall.
So just so I can be clear, Mr. Smith, in relation to Luton's unmet needs, if the council is correct and the 1950 is the right figure to meet, will this plan meet those needs by 2031?
Not in full. The trajectory shows 1,400 homes of that being met, and as I say, that is our judgment. But you also have submissions from other parties saying they think they can accelerate beyond that. But we think 1,400 is the right figure for the purposes of the requirement and calculating 5-year land supply.
So in relation to meeting Luton's unmet needs, is there any buffer provided in this plan for those needs to be met?
No, there isn't.
I understand that.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Stafford.
Yep, good morning, sir. Thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity just to pick up on a couple of areas I was going to quickly run over before we close yesterday. And I'll still do so quickly so that you can progress through your agenda. There were two important and linked points that came up during discussions on Monday and also yesterday morning, which I think are also relevant here. Firstly, and as acknowledged by both sides of the discussion on housing need, the importance of North Herts getting a local plan in place. Secondly, the matter of consistent under-delivery across the district. So just to take that latter point first quickly, there's a table included also within ED 191B, just after the trajectories that Mr. Smith was just talking about, actually, which is relevant. It's on it's not labelled with a reference, but it's on page 13 of that document, which sets out in graphic and pretty stark terms the delivery position obviously faced in North Herts over recent years. That's backed up by the housing delivery test data referred to earlier as well, published in February, which shows 44% provision against requirements over the previous 3 years. We've already obviously had the debate on how we should consider under delivery as part of the OAN analysis guided by PPG, but that in turn informs a decision around housing requirements. However, and as is referenced within ED 191B, a number of the proposed allocated sites are subject to planning applications or pre-app discussions awaiting the adoption of this local plan before they progress, in some cases straight to a recommendation for approval. So getting this plan to the point where it can be adopted in as timely way as possible is clearly therefore integral to housing delivery in the context of the evidence need. So linking in terms of the question of whether or not to reduce the supply of housing sites, what this serves, I think this serves to show the importance of the allocated sites being extremely clear, really. Removing any emerging allocations would be considered counterproductive when considered in the housing need context that's been discussed over the last few days. Such properly considered, technical, justified allocations provide a degree of certainty versus the likely attrition rate for as yet unidentified windfall sites, particularly in a heavily constrained district that we're dealing with, such as North Herts. So our position on this is clear, sir, in our submissions to you, that there should be no review of proposed housing allocations at this advanced stage and in the specific context in which this plan is advancing. Just very quickly on the buffer, in supporting that argument I've just outlined, in terms of not reviewing housing allocations, this essentially supports the principle of a buffer at a level identified, regardless of whether or not you consider an early review appropriate or not. And I wasn't going to revisit the early review points, and I was going to allow you to rely on our written submissions on that. But just a couple of points in light of your line of questioning this morning. I do believe that a significant buffer is just as essential, even if you are reminded to agree an early review policy. I'm sure many others around this virtual room would have experienced over the last couple of years, as I have, the principle of building an early review into a plan, having mixed success, I would suggest. And whilst absolutely don't doubt Mr. Smith et al.'s commitment and intentions, best endeavours to progress a new plan quickly, I think, in isolation and notwithstanding the COVID impact on the previous hearing sessions, the process of progressing to this stage on this current North Herts local plan demonstrates the difficulty of preparing and progressing a plan, particularly where there are sensitive matters such as greenbelt in play and where there's been significant political intervention. I think Mr. Smith himself just used the phrase 5 years on, we are where we are. So been at examination elsewhere debating the point of an early review on a plan which had previously had an early review, and we were sat there 2 years later beyond the deadline of that review. So just urging a bit of caution, I think, in that respect. From past experience, we should be doing all we can, and I think Mr. Bolton made this point yesterday, we should be doing all we can to make sure the plan before us is doing all it can to meet the significant requirements when it comes to delivering housing. So that means getting this plan adopted ASAP in order to support delivery, and that the plan should clearly include a buffer. And that's it from me, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford. Mr. Aspinall.
Good morning, everybody. The first thing is on the question of the alignment. We also have to bear in mind that by 2023, it's quite possible that no North Herts District Council will exist, because there is proposals to develop a unitary council, and therefore the alignment of all the districts and their local plans may come about in a completely new local plan for Hertfordshire, and that will put on a totally different perspective. A question, if I may just clarify something. I thought I heard Mrs. Ormsby say, but I may have been wrong, I may have gone deaf for a second, that she was talking about the standard method of requiring 6,000 extra houses. If she shakes her head, I will understand that I've got it wrong. I did look this morning at ED3, which was developed in September 2017. And you know, what's said in ED3 is something we're talking about now. It's talking about the buffer, it's talking about 3 years. It's 3 years ago, and yet we don't seem to have made any progress whatsoever. Now, this buffer, it's quite clear that North Herts has underperformed. It hasn't got a 5-year house land supply. There is a desperate need for affordable houses. There's a desperate need for social housing. We need to encourage small and medium-sized builders and the self-builders, of which the latter there's a register. I agreed totally with what Mr. Berrant and Mr. Bolton said yesterday. We've also got to take into account, some people may not like this, but it's a fact, that the government want to have 300,000 houses built every year for the foreseeable future. So at the end of the day, I conclude that whatever happens, we need a buffer. And the buffer, it needs to be in the high rate because of the underperformance, not 13%, not 14%, but 20%. And that's where I stand. Now, as far as the Luton development is concerned, I'm still not clear as to whether somebody's trying to say that the 1,400 houses that are set as against the 1950 houses that are agreed are a buffer for North Herts, and I would suggest they're not, because Mr. Smith implied that we've agreed that figure and those stand in the local plan as being houses to be built in that area. And then you have to go on a bit further on and look at the comments that were made by the QC for Hertfordshire as a whole about educational facilities, which was covered yesterday. We're going to build schools in that area. So my sadness is that between September 2017 and to date, and admittedly we've had a year of pandemic, we're not much further ahead on this, and some decision has to be made. And I'm suggesting on the buffer, it should be 20%. The question on B is, do I think that the housing sites in the local plan should be reduced, should be taken out? The answer is no, they shouldn't. We need as many as possible in this local plan in order to comply with the needs of this district now and in the future. And the question of the 5-year houseland supply is confirmed. It's not there. It's not going to be there in 5 years' time. And hopefully with a review, which I think should be statutorily controlled, not on a whim. And that comes back to my big argument, and that is that if we look at ED3 in September 2007, it would appear that the council did do a monitor of building sites, but then it forgot about Hella and it didn't pursue it for the next 3 years. And if it had done that, then now we would have been in a different position of understanding what that buffer needed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aspinall. Ms. Cottier.
Thank you. Yeah. So there's a bit of, it seems to me that everybody's trying to make predictions, and there's a bit of mystic meg about all of this, because we're not sure what's going to happen in the future. Hence, we're going around in circles. So what I suggest at least needs to happen now, and this does align with what PC Ormsby said, that they want to take a comprehensive approach ultimately and align the council's plans at some point. But why wait until the review to do that when we can begin to align our figures right now today? And if there was any truth to them wanting to align it with Luton and with central beds, why are we not taking stock of what we actually have rather than what we may or may not have? Because we know we do have some factual knowledge about things we already have, because we know in Luton, I'm going to talk about Luton because it affects the site that I'm most concerned about, although I'm concerned about the plan as a whole. Actually, but I have to split it down because the figures can split down. But we do know, if we take stock of what we already have, there isn't a prediction. We do know that 2,150 houses were built in Luton between 2011 to 2019. That's a fact. We know that. We do know that in policy 4.5 of our adopted local plan, that the housing capacity for Luton, as it's enshrined in that figure, is 9,322. That's from policy 4.5 in Luton's adopted plan. And we do know that Central Beds, the neighbouring authority, has written into its local plan, and Luton has mirrored this in its own local plan, that there are 7,400 homes committed by Central Beds for Luton's need. And if we add all those figures, those three simple figures, it's hardly a large calculation, we come to 19,570. So this is not something that's speculatory. It's actually made from figures that are concrete. So if, as yesterday it was pointed out, that we have a number of 17,800 in Luton's adopted plan, and that figure, it was stressed, is written in stone, it's concrete, then If we take that off of what we know we already definitely have, we have an excess of 1,770. So is that not a buffer? That's a buffer, but not. But we've already said that, well, we're talking about the buffer in relation to North Hertfordshire's needs. So that doesn't really apply in this case. It's rather an excess, an additional quantity above the amount that Luton's need has been set at. So additionally, in the local plan of Luton, in policy 4.5, it speaks of windfall site number being 114. So 114 houses in the local plan is considered windfall. Now, by definition, windfall are allocations or deliveries that come to pass outside of the allocations in the local plan that occur. However, I've already discovered just from my 3 months, my 4 months of development and control committee research that there are 1,800 houses from just 4 months of this year that fit that definition of being windfall. And that's on top of the figures I've just said. So if the council is trying to align with its neighbours, that would be Central Beds and Luton, why are we not aligning with these figures now? Why are we pretending there's uncertainty surrounding that when there is not? The houses have been built, 2,150 of them. The capacity number in the policy plan is 9,322. And Central Beds has committed 7,400. So we're 1,770 in excess of the Luton unmet need, which is also in 4.5. So why are we even having a conversation about Luton's unmet need when clearly we've fulfilled the entire need, and we even have 1,770 to spare based on those three figures, not to mention the windfall site, which I am uncovering now, in addition to the ones I've already told you about, and I'm going to provide you with the source as to where you can check what I say is correct, as it was requested by me yesterday.
Thank you, Ms. Cottier. Mr. Lovegrove.
Good morning, Inspector. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. On behalf of Transition Town Letchworth, we've taken a much more pragmatic view of these numbers. We've been right through these numbers, and Julius and Andrea in particular has been down in the detail, but to very summarize where we've got to, is if you take the 2018 ONS figures, principal projection, and you apply this fiddle factor of the affordability factor of 1.3, whatever, if you take a median path, which is quite rational, and I'd like to continue to show how rational it is, you can get this number down to about 9,000. And with 9,000, you can actually lose all the greenfield sites. Now, there is, this particular section is about the 13% buffer, and I would contend that if you take the fact that the town centres are shrinking and there's change in use legislation, there's probably that buffer there. And I should just like to make one point on that. I haven't been in a large supermarket for 8 months, and I don't expect ever to need to go into a large supermarket ever again. It's as simple as that.
That sounds quite blissful, Mr. Lovegrove.
So the town centres are shrinking. Now, if you take all those two factors into account, the change in legislation and the fact that town centres are shrinking, Is there not an adequate buffer there? Now, in order for you to be able to justify that in your conclusions, sir, you need to test this that Susan Ormsby said about test of rationality. And I'd like to give you some ammunition on that score. Okay, 7 points. First of all, Brexit. That's supposed to be reducing immigration. COVID-19, increased working at home, increased online shopping. There's a recession, changes in interest rate mortgages, reduction in home ownership. Change in use legislation, making use of office space and industrial sites, making it more convenient and easier to convert these places into homes. There's the Oxford to Cambridge corridor, which is opening up, a new station at Sandy. Now, Mr. Lee on Monday said the biggest single cause for the increase, in fact, there are lots of factors influencing things since 2018. Most of them are pushing these numbers down, but the one factor that's going up, Mr. Lee said, was that people moving out, local migration from London northwards. Well, there is a case that says instead of moving from London to North Arch, you go to Sandy and north of into Bedfordshire, because there'll be a new area. There's a new station, new building area. So these people aren't, and it will be cheaper than Hertfordshire. A new house in Sandy will be cheaper than a new house in Letchworth, for example. That's another point. During the last few years, there's been absolutely no mention of improving communication between North and South Hertfordshire. The bottlenecks at Welwyn on the single track line working on the railway line at Welwyn Viaduct, and the A1M, which is 2 lanes going on to be a smart motorway. These handicaps, these bottlenecks will still be there in 2031 because there's no plan right now to do anything about it. So this puts pressure on stopping people wanting to come here. And finally, on that score, referring to my list, I mentioned on Monday the Paris Accord. Sustainability still isn't being mentioned in these discussions, still isn't apparent in any of the legality of these things, and I think that's a significant factor. Now, as a result of all that, I think if you bring the numbers down to 9,000 and you take into account what is in ED 172 section 5 on sustainability, you, sir, can very easily find which sites to kick out of the plan without delaying this plan any further. It can be very quickly and easily done, reducing this plan. Also, if you take these things out of the plan, you could put them into a new plan from 2020 to 2040 for a new town or a new village that will provide this additional manpower housing in the future. So finally, I'd like to make my last point. Ebenezer Howard should be involved in all this. He was a visionary. He would be horrified by this plan. Only the developers and the legal eagles seem to like this plan. And so I have a vision. He had a vision, I have a vision. My vision is that you kick out these greenfield sites and you put in a requirement for a new plan from 2040 for a new town. And so, sir, please do major surgery to the less sustainable sites in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovegrove. Ms. Hamilton.
Good morning, Inspector. I briefly said what I had to say in response to your questions B and C yesterday. I just wanted to add 2 small points in regards to B, which was in relation to, yes, we were on B, weren't we? B and C. And we said about how we would remove them. And I said about obviously the significant contribution and etc. I'd just like to point out that when we're looking at parcels of land that maybe tick the significant contribution belt and that are really highly controversial in this regard, to remove land that's so important in that respect, from obviously the green belt in relation to buffers, is sort of like very, very controversial. So basically what I wanted to say was maybe it would be important as well to sort of pay attention to whether any sites might have an issue regarding their deliverability. Is that a word?
Yes.
Yeah, deliverability. Obviously, there are a few sites that we have sort of objected to and sort of mentioned and seen the hugeness of these on impact on communities. But obviously, GA2 is a serious contention with us, and recent correspondence has highlighted that there may be issues with such access roads and things. So maybe that's something that needs to be taken into the mix. Regarding the buffer, I'm wondering, the fact that it was originally 6% and it sort of alleviated around those areas, and now it's jumped to such a high level, which has basically resulted from not obviously having brownfield registers, HELARs and all that malarkey. Is it proper? Is it legal? Is it the right process that we've just suddenly then jumped from the 6% to the 13% most recently after all this time? Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say. So thank you for that. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you. Mr. Lovegrave, I think you've still got your hand up from before. If you could lower that, thank you very much. Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you, Inspector. Without going over old ground, we'd like to reiterate our support for Mr. Bolton's views on the buffer yesterday. This is particularly around issues on affordability and flexibility, and particularly given the context of significant under-delivery of housing in North Hertfordshire. However, we would like to stress the important role of strategic sites in housing delivery. A robust housing trajectory does rely upon the need for large, medium and small sites. And to simply remove those considered to be highly sensitive would leave the council overly reliant on small sites. This does raise the question as to whether there are sufficient small developers and they have the scope to deliver the extent of housing required in North Herts. It's important to also stress that large strategic sites contribute significantly to affordable housing, and they do help to deliver critical infrastructure in a way that small sites alone are not able to. This includes contributing to the Stevenage mobility strategy, for example, which is critical given the extent of residents from North Hertfordshire which are employed within the town. Finally, if the plan does enter an early review, strategic sites do provide a constant and consistent delivery over the intervening period at benefit to North Hertfordshire and housing delivery. That's all I want to say, really.
Thank you, Mr. Pritchard. Mr. Rigg.
Thank you, sir. I've got a couple of points I'd like to make. I do think that there is a need for a review of the plan, but I think everyone's agreed it's a new plan, not a review, because that in of itself will give greater clarity in relation to numbers through the 2021 census and the ongoing ONS biannual numbers. Also, we'll have a better feel for the impact of COVID on economic activity, and there'll be more clarity on actual policy going forward. So there is a need for it could be beneficial to have this a new plan, but it is a new plan. It's not a review of the plan. And going on from that, Ms. Ormsby, when she spoke, said in regard to the buffer, it needed to be taken into context of the remainder of the plan period. And so I think my question is, what is the plan period? Because if the plan period is indeed only to 2025 or 2026, depending on what's decided.
If just to help you out there, Ms. Rigg, the plan period is 2011 to 2031.
Okay, fine, thank you. Turning to whether or not there's any caveats for the review, given the time this has taken to get to where we are, and given that the intent is to align with other councils, then I do think there is an element of discipline needed in any clausing, not only for North Herts itself to give it its focus, but also to allow North Herts to say to other participants in that process, we need to get this done by a particular date. Not necessarily tying them down to a very tight date, but they have to have some sort of time frame and focus. I think that's it for me for the minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rigg. Mr. Bolton.
Yes, just to really try and get some clarity on what the buffer is and where it occurs. If you look at Appendix A, page 10 of ED 191B, you'll see the current delivery assumptions, which we'll come on to. Using the council's approach, one sees that the number of completions needed to meet the requirements identified will be reached if everything goes according to plan and there's no slippage. Then the total requirement will be reached sometime in 2028 if everything goes. So the additional land, if you like, the buffer that people are referring about, will only be coming to play, if you like, after 2028. And in a way, that will only come into play if there has been the demand for those houses. So if people are correct in saying that there is no demand for these houses, that house prices will reduce to a much more affordable level because supply and demand in the area will align, then really housing at that point will slow down. The buffer doesn't come into play in the first 8 years of the plan at all. All you're doing is building out what is required. And if you look at the sites that are required to deliver that, and if you turn to page, it's not numbered, but it's Appendix A, so it's page 11 and 12, where you have a detailed trajectory produced by the council, which underlie, if you like,
I
the table.
Have that in front of me, but as I mentioned previously, in rather small print.
It's a general point. I've got my glasses on because I fully appreciate that it's very small print. It's a general point, but if one looks at that trajectory, one finds that there are only 10 sites which are scheduled to deliver or after the 2025-2026 period, and not before. Some deliver across that whole period, starting earlier, but those, if you like, that would not be needed, there's only 10. But those that are required, if you like, in the period up to that, would clearly need to be replaced if one is to maintain a 5-year land supply, which is what you're going to come on to next. And that's demonstrated by reference, again, using council's figures, not the ones that we would suggest, in their scenario 1, on page 17 of the same document. So therefore, everyone's talking about the buffer is if you got away with it, you can immediately start taking sites out. But you can't take sites out which are due to deliver housing that's required now and to make up the fantastic shortfall that you've had in recent years by undersupply. I mean, my colleague made the point, I think, on Monday regarding the impact of undersupply for North Hertfordshire, both in terms of population, migration, and increasing affordability issues, all of which indicate, and the growth of other households, all of which indicate that North Hertfordshire, far from being a place where housing is not wanted, is very much a place where housing is in demand, and all types of housing, including affordable housing, the record of which, the delivery of which, has been very, very poor, as we've heard. So the point being made that the buffer will allow you to take out sites from the plan, and they can be any site, I would dispute that. You would have to be very careful that if you are taking out sites to get these get this alignment in place, then you need to do so in such a way that you don't impact on the 5-year land supply, stuff that's actually needed now. And you might well have to put other sites in which will deliver those houses which are needed now in a sustainable manner. The other point that's been made is the point that if you skip over, and, you know, to a certain extent, we're living in the past by using the 2012 methodology to calculate your housing need. And then people say, well, you either use that or you skip over and look at what might come forward with the brand new methodology using 2018 base, completely ignoring what the policy is, government policy is now to secure the government 300,000. So I think you have a, you know, if you're going to look at the range, you need to look at the full range, which means looking at what the implications would be now. And all of that points to more houses being needed now and to be delivered quickly rather than towards the end of the plan period in some respects. So I think very clear warning about what we mean by buffer, where that buffer occurs, if you like, where the over provision occurs. It won't occur for another 8 years, you know, at least another 8 years in that respect. And there's lots of changes that could occur before that buffer is, if you like, then actually delivered. But it's only a buffer if it's not required. I mean, if the market demand's there and people want to live in those houses, well, excuse me, that's what we should be planning for.
Just before you do go, Mr. Bolton, is there anything else that you want to say on this, the questions that we are currently looking at? Because from now on, I'm not going to come back to people. I am rather concerned, frankly, about the progress that we're not making.
No, I'm looking forward to getting onto the stepped approach, sir. So, I didn't think I was going to come back, but I felt it would be good to give you clarification on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Griffiths.
Good morning, sir. Yes, just to come back to this business of the review, which, as I said yesterday, we support. And going back to the very beginning of this morning, if I may, just like to distinguish between review and monitoring, because if we go to the last section of the local plan, we actually get onto that in paragraph 14.24. The authority actually acknowledges that the monitoring framework is required to assess whether the policies in the plan are being successfully implemented in and form the basis of the authority monitoring reports, AMR, that we must produce annually. Must produce annually, they say. However, in the 2011 Localism Act, that annual requirement was removed by Eric Pickles. Nevertheless, I think it seems to me that the authority is committed to an annual report. So where is it? Ms. Cottier has asked for an update in Luton in terms of their housing supply position. The latest position there is at March 2019. Mr. Smith has not produced anything since 2017, which is in ED3. So I think that certainly is required. So monitoring, I think, has to be more highly recognized when we talk about that period leading up to review. And incidentally, there is provision in the planning acts for alterations to be made to a local plan if that is deemed necessary. And they may be triggered by monitoring events. And certainly in my experience over the years, monitoring was a very important part of what we did. And leading up to a review, and the review could take place earlier if it were triggered by monitoring information. But we are committed here, I believe, to that review, and government did talk about review and replacement of a plan. And this is what we're going to be looking at, I think, because we have a commitment to review the plan against the Stevenage HMA. So hopefully that will bring us all together. Hopefully that those authorities will still exist, as Mr. Aspinall has said. Maybe they won't. But I think that if I can just draw that distinction, so if you can build into that policy that we've mentioned, the business about monitoring and get that requirement for monitoring embedded in policy, that would be extremely useful. Just to refer across to what we've heard about the buffer, I really do take on board what Mr. Bolton has just said. It does apply at the end of the plan period. I mean, in all our previous representations, we've talked about having a very a small buffer, certainly much less than 20% and the 14% that now seems to be offered. But I think Mr. Bolton makes a very good point there, that with review and with the fact that the buffer really applies at the end of the plan period, I think we can move on, don't you? Thank you, sir.
Similarly, Mr. Griffiths, can I just make sure that that's the last time you want to come in on the current topic of debate? If you have anything else to say, no.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. The same point to you, Mr. Parkinson, as well. But Mr. Parkinson.
Thank you. So I'll get everything in now. So what I wanted to do is just start by briefly answering the legal question that you posed last night, and then pick up some points in the debate. I'm afraid I do have some points about Compton, but I think that more naturally falls under your question D, which we'll come on to. So in terms of your question last night, yes, it would be lawful not to have any buffer at all. The policy test in paragraph 14 is that local plans should meet objectively assessed needs with sufficient flexibility to adapt to rapid change. So judged against that, even if there was no buffer, and as I'll come on to, we're not in that situation, even if you remove the growth village greenbelt allocations, but even with no buffer, the plan would still tick the box of meeting objectively assessed needs. And then the question is, what is sufficient flexibility? And that's clearly a matter of planning judgment for you. Provided that you'd had regard to that question, which you have because you've asked it, any judgment you reached would only be challengeable if it was irrational, i.e. you'd taken leave of your senses. And in reaching that judgment, it would be appropriate and certainly lawful to have regard to the review. That forms part of the plan. And one of the purposes of any review is to address any unexpected slippages that occur. And I think with regard to the flexibility provided by the review, I think it's important to consider these questions not in the abstract, but The justification now given for the buffer, as I understand it, primarily relates to the risk of slippage on the strategic allocations. But those don't come forward until towards the end of the plan period, as we've heard. So any slippage there can be picked up and addressed in the early review. And we mustn't forget as well that part of the flexibility also includes the inclusion of the safeguarded land west of Stevenage. In terms of what Ms. Ormby said this morning, yes, the purpose of the review might be alignment in terms of the primary purpose. But so in drafting any policy, you can make it clear that it's also to address any forecast slippages. But regardless of the precise wording adopted, the review will in effect almost inevitably lead to a new plan for the reasons that we discussed, the need to align with neighbouring authorities and also to plan 15 years ahead. But really the key point is, if the slippage which we're worried about, which is justifying the buffer, has occurred, or we know in 5 years' time it will occur, because this is shortly before the, 3 years' time, this is shortly before the strategic sites come on stream. Regardless of anything else, that would lead to a new plan. So the review can address any slippage. As I've said, for all those reasons, it would be lawful for you to find, even with no buffer, that the plan was sound, but you don't have to. The plan would still have a buffer, albeit a smaller one, even if all the greenbelt allocations in the growth villages were removed. And as I understand it, in that situation, the council would still have a rolling 5-year housing land supply. And I think one thing that is needed is something showing the implications of removing the growth village sites in terms of a rolling 5-year housing land supply. We've done our own calculations and we think it can be met, but I don't think there's anything before you that answers that question, which would seem key, because as we're going to come on to later, exceptional circumstances need to be demonstrated to include those sites within the buffer. And if that's on the basis of slippage and a risk of not having a rolling 5-year housing land supply, you need to be confident that that's the case.
Just bear with me a moment, Mr. Parkinson. It's while my pen catches up.
Sorry. It's one of the difficulties with this is we can't see your pen, but I think I should have guessed at the speed I was going, your pen wouldn't be keeping up.
Okay.
So in terms of the numbers, there's currently surplus provision of, I think it's 1,650 dwellings. And of those, around 1,400 are in the growth villages. So even if they're all removed, there would still be a surplus at the end of the plan period of around 250 dwellings. Now, that's a buffer of around 2%. It's not a large buffer, but it is enough for a couple of the strategic sites to slip by a year. And you're only dealing with a fairly short plan period in any event. But also we mustn't forget the council's been relaxed about a buffer dropping to 4% at times during the progress of this plan. And now there's a policy commitment for a review. So even if all the growth village allocations were removed, we say this would still be sufficient flexibility. And then on top of that, you have the added reassurance of the review. But really the key question here is, what is the justification for this exact size of the buffer that's in fact proposed? Why is it 14% rather than 2, 4, 6, 7, or 25%? And as I said yesterday, really one of the key questions is, why is it 14% rather than the 6% that the council was happy provided sufficient flexibility in the submitted plan? And that's key because that buffer, as I said yesterday, is made up of real sites that are going to be removed from the greenbelt now. And whether they'll say it or not, the reason why the buffer is 14% is because the council doesn't want to incur the delay of removing sites from the plan. Had the housing requirement dropped by more, the council would be saying that an even larger buffer was necessary. If the housing requirement had dropped by less, the council would be saying that a smaller buffer is fine. They wouldn't be saying that more sites needed to be allocated to provide a buffer of 14%. And we know that because the council was fine with a buffer of as low as 4%. And as I've said, and as the council accepts in their statement, there's no policy decision to have a buffer of a particular size. It's really just a function of the out-of-date housing numbers that North Herts was previously planning to. And can I just demonstrate this with an example from the trajectory to show the situation we're in as a result of this? And it's just one example, but it illustrates the point well. It's site IC1 in Ickleford, so a Greenbelt site of 9 units. And the trajectory shows this site delivering 9 units in the last year of the planned period, 2030 to 31. Now, that allocation may perhaps have been justified when the council was scrabbling around to try and find as many sites as it could to meet the housing requirement. But now, in the circumstances we're in, how can it sensibly be said that a site of only 9 units right at the end of the planned period is justified in terms of exceptional circumstances to meet any potential slippage? And really that illustrates the danger of releasing land now to meet a problem that may or may not occur in 10 years' time. If you find the plan sound, you're essentially finding that exceptional circumstances exist to release those sites now, given that the supply exceeds the requirement. And that can only be on the basis that that site and others form an essential buffer against under-delivery. And then just finally, picking up some of the points that Mr. Bolton said, and I think you do need that trajectory analysis where different categories of sites are removed to work out the implications of removing sites for a 5-year housing land supply and the extent of the buffer at different parts of the planned period. But to the extent this is implied that the growth village sites are needed to provide a stream of supply before the strategic sites come on tap, looking at the trajectory, that's just not correct. For example, the sites in Nebworth and Wymondley are all expected to deliver at the same time as the strategic allocations, and they add up to about 684 units. So the suggestion that the buffer is some kind of carefully crafted strategy to ensure a rolling 5-year supply across the planned period, with the small and medium sites providing the 5-year housing land supply before dropping out and being replaced by the larger strategic sites, just simply isn't correct. The buffer is what it is, which is a hangover from when North Herts were planning to a different housing requirement. And then just finally, you've heard a lot about under-delivery, but that's already accommodated for in the 20% buffer for persistent under-delivery, which is baked into the housing requirement. And that is, of course, a different buffer from the 14% buffer, which is on top of that housing requirement.
Yes, I'm glad you clarified that. That's a point that I'm going to clarify when we come on to the discussion about the 5-year housing land supply, for fear of further buffer confusion.
Thank you, sir. I said that not really for you, but I felt it had to be said.
Yeah, thank you. Have you concluded, Mr. Parkinson?
I have. I mean, obviously, your question D on exceptional circumstances, given that that seems to now be tied to the need for a buffer to prevent against under-delivery, there is a crossover, but I will, I've tried to separate the points I make. So on this, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams.
So thank you very much. I actually only wanted to provide you with a helpful correction to assist you in your note. You'll recall Mr. Dorman referring to the hearing statement from White Peak Planning on behalf of Bloor Homes. So we leave it to you to decide whether Mr. Dorman's reading of that as given to you as fair and comprehensive. We suggest that it wasn't, but the particular point that he referred to related to 2.31 of that statement, where he said what added to his confusion was a typographical error. 2.4 within that paragraph, sir, it doesn't take too much to realise should be paragraph 24 of the same document. So, of course, there are other passages to which Mr. Dorman should have referred, but we understand and know and trust that you will read the document in full. So thank you very much.
Yes, you may rest assured on that point, Mr. Williams. Mr. Dorman. And again, just with the warning, anything that you want to say on this particular point, say it now.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. Yes, I'm a bit like a dog with a bone here, I'm afraid. I'm coming back to Mr. Smith's statement regarding the 1,400 houses for east of Luton. He says that 85 of those are to meet North Hert's requirements. So that the total allocation for that site is 2,100. Totally, 150 are meant for North Hert's requirements, leaving the 1950 for Luton. That's understood. Now, we all know that the 150 homes for North Hert's is bundled in with the 1950 as the total. But he says that the balance between the 85 that will be delivered to 2031 and the final requirement for North Hert's of 150, that leaves 65. He said, and I quote, "Ordinate on another allocation in the area." This is nonsense. There are no other allocations identified in the local plan in this area other than the east of Luton sites to meet the unmet need from Luton. There is one other small site in Cockenhoe Green that has been put forward for a small number of houses, no more than a handful. And I don't think that's been taken forward. It's not being taken forward. The 150 has been bundled into the 2,100, I suggest, as a convenient contrivance. And to state that another allocation exists is either not true or it hasn't been mentioned to any of us living in the area. So on that point, I will finish on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dorman. Ms. Pears.
Hi, I'd like to make the comment that regarding the numbers, NHDC were told right from the start that that they had got the numbers wrong, right from the very start when they first tried to decide on whether to introduce the local plan at all, that they were told that the numbers were incorrect and we were ignored. And I'd like to mention that we've had a lot of help from CPRE, Hertfordshire and London, and then a meeting took place with Nigel Smith, in which they talked with the London CPRE representative about all the possible ways, for instance, in increasing density in some areas, and particularly on brownfield sites, they could increase the density of housing and not therefore have to use green belt sites. Again, we were ignored. And there is a particular site, I think the Jeff King site, where the density was extremely low. And I just feel that NHDC ignore CPRE suggestions, they ignore the objective suggestions. And I would agree with what Mr. Parkinson has said about the flexibility of a review, but I just don't find that NHDC planners are flexible enough. They've had numerous suggestions over the last few years, and they are intransigent in their whole method of working. And I think CPRE would agree with my comments. And a lot of work has been done to try and work with them, and they will not work with people like CPRE or people suggesting that the numbers are incorrect that they're working to.
Thank you. Ms. Cottier.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like some type of commitment from the council and their legal representatives as to, are we going to acknowledge the existence of the houses that Central Beds has also delivered, in addition to those that Luton have already delivered, as in built, completed, they stand. So if we go to the DCLG completion statistics, which are easily available, we can all see that during the plan period, Central Bedfordshire has already built 12,350 houses. Some of that has taken place within Central Bed's own plan period, but some of it hasn't, half of it hasn't. So 5,840 of those completed dwellings have occurred within the plan period that we are speaking about now, but outside of the plan period that Central Beds is currently planning for. So what happens to those houses? We have them, they have been built. Are they not something that could be contributed to the overall housing market area's numbers, depending on where they fall, where they stand on the map? Because we obviously have a housing market area map, and some of those will be within the housing area of which we are speaking now. They have to be included in the total, as do the extra houses that I spoke about when I last commented, which I said, using three simple figures that exist in documents produced by the councils themselves, that we had a total of, we had already got 19,570 houses accounted for in those three figures. And that was an excess of 1,770, and that wasn't including my windfall site. So if we just take that number, 1,770, and add it together with the 5,840 already delivered, we're actually close to 7,500. I've rounded it because 7,500 houses floating out there that haven't been put into any category, but nonetheless factually exist. So we have a bit, it's like, is this a buffer or a buffet? We have a big plate of houses sitting there, and they're not, they're just sitting there, and they're saying, no, but we'll have another dish, we'll have another dish, bring us some more, bring us some more. But you have a nice plate of food already sitting there, you've already said that you require it, and yet you're not putting it, connecting it to the total number of houses that we say we're figuring out. Why is it that Luton has to be helped by North Hertfordshire when North Hertfordshire is clearly struggling to meet its figures? If the two neighbouring councils have already provided and produced and delivered an excess of nearly 7,500 houses, why are they not being offered to North Hertfordshire's needs, rather than speaking about some fictitious buffer? We can speak about a reality of existing houses already standing that fall outside of the numbers that we said are definitive, based on what the legal team said yesterday. North Hertfordshire and Luton's legal team said yesterday, and offering them to North Hertfordshire's number as a contributing figure that could be then removing the need to discuss this buffer. They exist. They can't just be forgotten about, and we say, oh no, they haven't been built. They have been built. We can count them. They are there. They fall outside of the numbers. Where are they going? I am saying that they will need to help the overall housing market area that they stand in, which we already know what that is, and it includes North Herts. So if anything, North Herts needs the help with its unmet need. And we already have quite a significant number of spare houses with which to do that. If we're counting correctly and honestly, and not just claiming to be counting correctly and honestly, there is a difference. So I think we need to rein this discussion back to the starting point of factually speaking, empirically and mathematically, what do we actually have? Do a stock check. And that does, of course, relate to the other issue of the HELAR, which I think I've said over and over again, so I won't repeat myself, and other people have said it as well. But that's a separate matter. But just looking at the numbers that we've said we need, I'm not saying I agree with those numbers, but what they have said they need, and which they say is now in concrete, what houses do we have to balance against that? And what's the excess? How much extra, how many houses extra do we have? Let's apply them then to the number that North Herts is saying it now has. And what does that really look like then? There's no shop on the earth that doesn't do a stock check. Or there's no bank in the land that doesn't keep its accounts accurate. And we're talking about a 13% buffer or a 13% buffer, and being very free and easy with that. But I'd like to ask, what would happen if every man in this discussion did a 13% uplift on their shoe size or a 13% uplift on their trouser hem? It would look like a caricature or something in a puppet, spitting image puppet. You would have, it's disproportionate, and it's an imaginary, and we're failing to work with the facts, the material facts of things that have already occurred. Instead, we're ignoring those and talking about things that may or may not happen in the future. Okay, talk about what may or may happen in the future, but at least count accurately now where we stand and do a stock check and what do we already have. And I'm finding this very frustrating that every time I bring this up, it's like we go on to then talk about this imaginary figure. I would like them to commit. Are they saying that these houses have not been built in Luton? Are they saying these houses have not been built in Central Bed? Are they saying that the policy 4.5 housing capacity figure in the Luton local plan, standing at 9,322, is not written there in black and white? Are they saying that Central Beds has not offered or has not committed 7,400 houses in its local plan? Are they saying those figures I'm reading are wrong? Because there's only 4 figures there. It's not that difficult to add them all up and see that they are in excess of the OAN in both places as a total. And they're saying they wish to bring everything into alignment and work as with their neighbouring councils, and they want to do that in the future. Well, we can do it now, very simply. That's it. That's my thinking.
Thank you, Ms. Cotier. Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Inspector. Quite frankly, following on from Ms. Cartier's suggestion about diet and eating, someone famously once said that let them eat cake. But here, unfortunately, this now appears like the NHDC are both having their cake and eating it, which Inspector is now only in need of the infamous cherry on top of it. Whilst the local authority has my sincere commiserations for what appears to be a plan that has evolved in a totally different time and across a wholly different political landscape, the fact remains we are dealing with a plan that is proposed to significantly change the protected landscape in North Herts. We appear to be discussing the opportunity of far more homes than even the increasing number we have seen revealed over the past 3 days. The local authority and other learned speakers have lined up to provide many reasons why we must accept their methodology and that we have a statutory obligation to accept their views, which is simply not the case under the circumstances of this plan. The ONS have given us the starting points of 3 different homes levels, with the lowest set at 6,400. The NHDC want us to accept the highest at 2,200 homes higher. They then wish us to accept every conceivable buffer to push the housing number to way over 14,000 homes, 85% of which is expected to be delivered in the Greenbelt, which, Inspector, is your conundrum. We have here both a moral and statutory obligation to take account of this all-important fact against the background of a worldwide pandemic which has sadly run rife in major conurbations. This year, we have had the recent cancellation of the EIP twice due to COVID, and more recently, the uncertainty amongst the NHDC councillors that this plan is in fact unfit for purpose. Having marched the numbers of homes up to the top of the hill, we are then asked for even more. I note that there has not been any direct answer to my question regarding the intention of building to the west of Stevenage, which I posed yesterday. We appear to be being requested to also accept, by way of this examination in public, to accept an early review of the local plan. If we move ahead to 2024, we then have a review of this plan and rollout of the further 5,500 homes proposed to be built and in the west of Stevenage, bringing the total number of homes proposed to almost 20,000 homes against the government stated minimum of 6,400. Completing the maths and recognising people's concerns that the need for homes is clear, then we need now, the need now is nothing like the amount being requested here. We cannot justify building 3 times the volume of homes that this government's own Office of National Statistics state are needed. We should also judge this figure, and a proposed accelerated review period places 20,000 homes alongside the original plan numbers for this local plan of 15,400 homes. We are really pushing the envelope with regard to credibility, and it is this alignment of the planets in relation to the numbers and the additions pre-delivery and during the plan delivery that makes the plan, the local plan, unreliable. We certainly cannot justify building 85% of these in the Greenbelt, and we categorically appear not to have the exceptional circumstances for this level of release. Inspector, the SOGB group, the Save Our Greenbelt group, have stated that we want to see an appropriate local plan delivered, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to see a second EIP, despite the unfair criticism levelled at you for taking time to consider this plan. We of the SOGB group applaud you for taking this time to consider the relevance of the various comments made throughout. We clearly and absolutely need to agree a plan that will run until 2031 and continue to provide Greenbelt protection for the sites in the growth villages and those of significant and moderate importance. and meet the expectations of the NHDC for an early review and the commencement of west of Stevenage. Otherwise, I fear there will be no plan, and we appreciate your consideration accordingly. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Bolton, I see that you've raised your hand again. You had your last chance, so I'm not going to return to you. So if you wouldn't mind putting your hand down, please. If I make an exception for you, I have to make it for everyone, and I'm not going to do that. And in fact, I'm going to draw a line now under Miss Hamilton. I am rather concerned about the progress that we're making, and I frankly think there's been a lot of opportunity for everyone to be involved in this debate. So I hear from Mr. Evans and then Mr. Lovegrove, and then I will go for a break. On return from the break, I'll hear from Mr. Smith on this issue and then move to 22.1D.
Thank you, sir. I will be.
Which, sorry, yeah, just bear with me. 22.1D, which I think people, well, the debate has bled a little bit in that direction anyway. So if you have already addressed points in under 22.1D, please, I don't want to hear them again. I am rather concerned about the progress that we're not making. And we've still got quite a bit to cover under issue 22.2 as well. So Mr. Evans.
Thank you, sir. I can assure you that I will be brief. I think Mr. Bolton and a few others have made many of the points I wish to make. In regard to sort of your 22.1B and C, I think our arguments, as you will see from hearing statements this time round, and indeed the previous hearing statements when we did the examination the first time round, and Regulation 19 statements, we think a buffer is absolutely essential to the full and safe delivery of a plan. We've advocated 20% before, and I think back in our Regulation 19 statement, if you get the chance to refresh yourself with that at some point, you will see that we commented on a slide put forward by MHCLG and the HBF, which talks about how planning permissions or allocated sites and how often some of them don't come forward for development for various reasons which can't be forecast at this stage of plan making very easily. And those can be a whole raft of things which we've previously discussed before. I think the thing I'd like to also mention is that no matter what decision you arrive at in terms of the housing requirement for this plan, and I make no comment, sir, on what that housing requirement ought to be, that figure is indeed a minimum figure to which the plan should strive to achieve. And obviously, there is every reason that the NPPF would support that you may go above that figure should a sites come forward that are in sustainable locations, well delivered, support the aims and goals of this plan. Now, the council has, through its process of preparing this plan, arrived at a point where it considers the sites that it's submitted are sound, and that the delivery of the figure which it has put forward to you is a sound approach to do so. And I believe that there are reasons why, even if the housing requirement has changed, that we should keep those sites in the plan to ensure that the plan can actually be delivered in full. Now, we've only got an 11-year plan period at present. We have a number of strategic sites within that plan. I think others have made the point that strategic sites should and can make up an important part of housing trajectories and housing delivery, but they are extraordinarily complex to deliver. It is not difficult to look around the country and see local plans which are heavily reliant on strategic SUEs, sites of that nature, which have taken a very long time to come on stream. And that again is because there are often difficulties with infrastructure provision, with financing, with funding, with all these sorts of things which come about or can come about and can change through the development life cycle of a site of that scale and nature. And the more we have in a plan to ensure its delivery by having a balanced range of sites, both small, medium and large, and sites on top of the figure that can help plug a gap should one come about, the better, really, sir. And I believe that in the instance of a plan of this nature, given its greenbelt constraints, given the sites that we're looking at, it is both safe and prudent for the council to have a buffer and also to have an early review mechanism. Now, what that early review mechanism deals with and how the triggers associated with it work out, I agree, is something that we all need to think about and discuss. But I think if we want to ensure that housing, affordable housing, market housing infrastructure is delivered within the plan period as set out by this plan, we need to give ourselves sufficient flex to enable us to do it. Because if we set anything that's too rigid, this plan will not achieve its aims. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Lovegrove.
Hello, just two very quick points. I appreciate your eye on the clock. Sustainability. 4 of the 5 largest sites are all greenfield, and they're nowhere close to shops or station. And so those homeowners will invariably need a car, probably 2 cars, and so they will generally not be sustainable, social, nor affordable. On the other hand, town centre homes and brownfield site homes do tend to be sustainable, social, and affordable. The second very quick point is about the buffer. We don't want to let the council off for doing a 20-year plan for a new town. If we put all these information home requirements into this 2031 plan, I think we stand there's a danger that this lets the council off the hook for doing a longer term plan for a new town or village in the 2020-2040 timescale. And I would like to see some commitment from the council to doing such a long-term plan somehow amongst all these shenanigans. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovegrove. Mr. Bolton, I said I couldn't hear from you. I wouldn't hear from you because I'd already heard from you, and you'd said that you told me everything you needed to.
I said that in relation to what we were discussing, not in relation to part C, which is a stepped approach in the plan, which I do not think we've discussed at all, sir. I mean, I might have that wrong, but I thought we were discussing that next. That's why I put my hand up.
The stepped approach. Oh, right. Okay. Right. That's fine. No. Well, we are talking about that under the under issue 22.2. So that will come, but a little bit later. Okay. So as I said, what I'm going to do now is take a break. On our return, we will look at issue 22.1D. We will then go on to issue 22.2, which encompasses the question of the 3-stepped approach. So I now make it 11:06. I adjourn the hearing to resume at 11:30. Thank you. Okay, it is now 11:30, and so I resume the hearing. Yeah, it's not clear to me whether or not everyone has yet arrived. The cameras are going on. If you're not here, raise your hand. Okay. It looks like most people are here. There are a number of cameras still switched off. I don't know if that's through choice or because they're not there. And it would be useful to know that everyone's here for what I'm going to say next. Right. I'm going to assume, I think, as it is now 11:32, that everyone is at least reasonably punctual and are now present. So, yeah, with the progress that we are making, it strikes me that we are not going to finish at the appointed time today. If you recall, this session was scheduled for just this morning. If that does in fact turn out to be the case, then I would propose continuing after lunch in a slot that I had set aside as reserve time. Does that create a problem for anyone? If it does, could you raise your hand now so that I've got some confidence about that? Okay, I see no hands raised, and so I will assume therefore that everyone is Mr. Aspinall.
Well, I hope that when you come to closing the meeting, if we're only half an hour away from having to come back for half an hour or something this afternoon, you would continue on, and we just have a very late lunch.
Yeah, sure. I'll play it by ear, but I rather suspect that we'll be significantly more than 30 minutes away from completion. But I absolutely understand the point, and yes, I will play that by ear. We'll see where we get to. Okay, so then, as promised, I will go to Mr. Smith to give the council the last word on issues 22.1C and D. And I do give the council the last word. It seems fair to me to do that, seeing as it is the council's plan. I won't then hear any further points on those issues, and I will go to 22.1D. So, Mr. Smith.
So just before you do that, we did have a conversation in the coffee break, and we did wonder, bearing in mind that there is quite a significant amount of crossover between 22.1C and 22.1D, whether in order to perhaps make most efficient use of time, you wanted to move on to that particular point, and then for us to deal with everything at the end in one go, because I think inevitably the points we make are going to bleed into that in any event. So, I mean, we're obviously entirely in your hands, but I just wondered whether that might be the most efficient way, because I'm not really quite sure what additional points people are going to be making in relation to exceptional circumstances beyond those that, to be quite frank, haven't already been made. I know Mr. Parkinson has said that he's tried to keep the 2 points separate, but they are very much interrelated. So I do wonder whether if you move to that, we might actually deal with that quite quickly, and then we can just come back and wrap it all up for you in one go, so to speak.
Yeah, if you're content with that, that's absolutely fine by me. I just don't like to pile too much upon
No, I
this
understand. Thank
all
you.
at once. But,
No, thank you, sir. But on this occasion, we're content to do it that way, as long as you are.
Fine. Yeah. In which case, let's proceed on that basis and go then to 22.1D. The question there being, if there is a buffer of around 13–14%, do the exceptional circumstances required for the release of land from the greenbelt for housing development still exist? And as I put on my matters and issues paper, look, this question relates solely to the effect of introducing the buffer. We've talked at length about the wider issue of the existence or otherwise of exceptional circumstances before. I do not want to take that gigantic leap back. So focus purely, please, on the question of circumstances, on the question of exceptional circumstances as a result of the buffer. Mr. Parkinson has got in there lightning quick. Mr. Parkinson.
So I learned my lesson from this morning, where I held back for 5 minutes and found myself 12th in the queue. So I thought I'd get in straight away. So it won't come as a shock that we don't consider that exceptional circumstances can be demonstrated, certainly in respect of the proposed allocations in the growth villages, given the difference between the housing requirement and the planned supply. There's no dispute that it's lawful to find exceptional circumstances where more houses are delivered than is necessary to meet the OAN, and that's established in the Compton case. But to put it bluntly, so what? What does that actually tell us? That judgment simply means that it would be lawful to find there are exceptional circumstances in this situation. However, it would also be lawful to find that there were not exceptional circumstances in this situation. The Compton judgment tells us nothing about whether this plan is in fact sound, and whether in the situation that arises in North Herts exceptional circumstances exist. That remains a matter of judgment for you. Having said all of that, in reaching that judgment, it is instructive to compare the Guildford situation to here.
Just pause a moment, Mr. Just show you my pen.
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry. Why don't I take a breath after every splurge, and then that might work.
So sorry, yeah, you were making the point. It's a matter of judgment, and you were about to tell me something that's useful to bear in mind when reaching that conclusion, I think.
Well, I think it is, having said Compton doesn't really tell us very much, yeah, it is useful as an example of where, in a situation like this, exceptional circumstances have been found as a matter of judgment, and to compare and contrast. I'm not going to, it will be a relief probably to know, go through the judgment with you, because we've cross-referenced the relevant passages in our hearing statement. But I would just note that in Guildford, the existence and the size of the buffer was, as the judge there put it, the result of prior and careful consideration by Guildford Borough Council. But crucially, there were sound planning reasons amounting to exceptional circumstances to explain why sites could not be removed from the plan in order to provide a smaller buffer. And as I'll come on to, that's a key distinction from where we are here. So in Guildford, the over provision or the buffer against the housing requirement was largely the result of the allocation of 3 large strategic sites. And in effect, what it boiled down to is removing or reducing the buffer meant removing one of those sites from the plan, one of those strategic sites. And the inspector considered this all very carefully and found that the 3 strategic sites were all interconnected and formed the bedrock of the plan's spatial and infrastructure strategy, so that removing one of them to remove... Thank you, sir. Sorry. So removing one of those sites simply wasn't an option, because that in of itself would have resulted in an unsound plan for different reasons. So in Guildford, the buffer was unavoidable. Bearing all of that in mind, if we compare the situation here, the first point to note is that the debate on exceptional circumstances, certainly in respect to the growth villages, has moved on significantly since we were last here. Then it was said by the council that every single unit was needed to meet the OAN. And as you'll recall, the issue was whether there were other non-greenbelt sites available and the process for selecting between the greenbelt sites. The issue now is whether we need to release more greenbelt land in the growth villages than is needed to meet the OAN. Now, whilst that's a completely different question, the evidence and the justification provided by the council needs to be just as robust, even though we're right at the end of the process. And unlike in Guildford, there can be no suggestion that removing, and I'm going to keep on saying all of the growth villages and the growth village greenbelt allocations, but of course, don't necessarily need to go that far, but it's just useful to show that you can go that far. Even removing all of the growth village greenbelt allocations, taken together, that would not disrupt the overall strategy of the plan. These sites were allocated to meet a historic housing target. They're a relic of the previous housing projections, rather than because of the wider contribution they made to the plan. And just to give an example of this, so I think you may already know from correspondence you've been copied into, but there are a number of applications queuing, if I can put it like that, in Codicot on allocated sites, with an officer recommendation to approve on the basis that granting planning permission for those sites would not undermine the plan making process by predetermining decisions about scale, location and phasing of new development central to an emerging plan, i.e. there's no prematurity objection, which really proves the point that these sites, unlike in Guildford, aren't central to the plan. They could be easily removed. And I will just give one example from the trajectory. It's site IC2 in Ickleford. That's planned to deliver 40 units across 2022 to 2024. And I just note there, 2024 is a year in which the housing trajectory shows a surplus of 683 units as against the housing requirement.
680.
83. How can it sensibly be said that removing that site, and it is just one example, but removing that site will affect the strategy of the plan? And so I say it is just one site, but exceptional circumstances need to be shown both on a strategic district-wide level, but also for each individual site concerned. So these examples which I'm picking up, they reveal a wider problem, but they're also a problem for those individual sites. And then in terms of what the justification is now for exceptional circumstances for the growth villages, it can only be...
My apologies, Mr. Parkinson. My writing hand appears to be exceptionally slow today, if you just bear with me.
No, it's completely okay. The justification, so far as the growth villages are concerned, for exceptional circumstances, can only now be the need to ensure a sufficient buffer, and that's why C and D on your agenda do rather blend together. But unlike in Guildford, we can in effect craft a buffer of a particular size. And the reason for that is the growth village sites are both numerous and also small scale. So surely the right way to approach this, bearing in mind what national planning policy says about greenbelt releases, is to ask ourselves first, what size buffer is needed to address all the issues we spoke about this morning? Slippage, uncertainty, past under delivery. What size buffer is needed? And then, which, if any, of the growth village sites should go towards meeting that buffer? Now, if you're, sorry, I'll pause there. If you're satisfied that those are the right questions, then this plan is unsound because the council has not approached it like that. As they've openly said in their 5-year housing land supply statement, and it's obvious in any event, the size of the buffer here is not a policy choice. And nor, unlike in Guildford, is it unavoidable. So this is an unconscious buffer, as I've said, a relic, and can be adjusted and can be changed. So surely, and this is the reason why I kept on saying, what is the justification for 14 as opposed to 8, 6, 4, 12, 15? Surely we ask that question first. Take into account everything we discussed this morning and say, well, you know, around 12%, 14%, or around 4%, 6% is appropriate to deal with all of those issues. And then we say, okay, let's find the sites, taking into account, for example, contribution to the green belt, to provide that buffer. We're here because the council doesn't want to do that exercise. The only reason the buffer is 14% is because that's how much the housing requirement fell. And that cannot be justification for green belt releases. So that's all I've got to say for now.
Whether or not I were to ultimately agree with you, Mr. Parkinson, do you think that the question of the magnitude of the buffer leads to various alternative options that ought to have been assessed?
So I do, which is why I mentioned that yesterday. In terms of SEA directive regulations, requirements to consider reasonable alternatives. I went back to look at the original essay, and I think there were 3 options considered there. 17,000, this is in terms of housing supply. 17,000, 11,000 and 6,000.
17,000.
11,000 and 6,000. Those were in that, when that was prepared, that was on the basis that those were possible OAN figures. Or I think the 6,000 was a do nothing, no green belt release figure, but that those were possible OAN figures. But in terms of buffers above OAN to deal with the point we're considering now and the justification that's been given now, I don't think that that's been done. And so when you read the Compton judgment, you'll see that Guildford started the whole process off with an OAN plus buffer approach. That hasn't been done. And I think the only way in which it could be said that considering a smaller buffer wasn't a reasonable alternative is if you reached a view that, as in Guildford, sites just couldn't be removed without causing difficulties for the soundness of the plan by virtue of their removal. Once we cross over that threshold, and I haven't heard that argument being put by anyone, it plainly is a reasonable alternative. And the reason why it's a reasonable alternative is inadvertently, the buffers fluctuated in the course of this plan process and gone down as low as 4. And the council didn't say at that point, hang on, buffer's too low, this plan can't proceed as it is, we need to add more sites. So 4% is a reasonable alternative, but it hasn't been assessed. OAM plus 4% hasn't been assessed through the SEA process, which is a long-winded way of saying, yes, it's separately, it poses a legal issue. But so the way I see it is, yeah, in terms of, well, the order of events is to ask the question, is what's here sound? And if it's not, then it would be for the council to do that exercise. It gets you to the same point, whether it's on the basis of unsoundness or a lack of legal compliance. It basically leads to the point that the council has to do this exercise or withdraw the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Parkinson. Mr. Aspinall.
Well, I have some sympathy with the idea of Greenbelt being preserved, but at the same time, I do express the view that we need to build houses and there needs to be some quality of life in building those houses. And that, of course, then makes me sympathetic to the Greenbelt. I'll just remind you that when we look at this document that you sent out of questions, you referred only to the Green Belt. There is another category, and that's land beyond the Green Belt, and that also needs to be considered. What are the alternative options? Well, the first thing is that some of these Green Belt, well, the first thing is that the council, I don't think, have explored the number of sites that could be developed without going into the Green Belt, and that needs to be done. And I won't go through the argument that we had yesterday about the monitoring of land. The second point, of course, is that in the Green Belt, in the land beyond the Green Belt, there is an argument, instead of producing great big developments of 200 houses or something like that, but building smaller developments in more places. And that then is absorbed within the process of maintaining the Green Belt and the land beyond the Green Belt. Now, also, I think that there are some alternatives that the council need to look at in conjunction with Hertfordshire County Council. And that is that where farms are redundant and they're either in the Green Belt or they're in the land beyond the Green Belt, and the Hertfordshire County Council might want to sell them. These may be small units of perhaps 11, 12, 15 acres, but nevertheless should be taken on board. Now, when you add all this up, you look at the villages for growth. I don't personally take it that we should be discriminatory of saying only certain villages are able to grow. I think all the category A villages could grow. And don't forget, we have to take into account that when houses are built, the infrastructure levy, the Section 106, money comes back into those villages and the amenities there are improved quite considerably, particularly if they get a neighbourhood development plan and they get the 25% back from the funding that comes in. So therefore you get not just growth of houses, growth of people, quality of life of people, but spread about as against all in one spot. And that's where I think that the people who support the Green Belt and the land beyond the Green Belt get very upset. And I have some sympathy with that. I don't think the council have really got their heads around this, of where they can have development that encroaches into the Green Belt as a whole a holistic way, as against only in particular places where it suits them to fill a gap in their numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aspinall. Mr. Bolton.
Thank you, sir. Just on this, I think there's two stages here. Firstly, is there a need, exceptional circumstances, to review the Greenbelt in order to achieve a sustainable pattern of development, which is required within the plan period? So that's the first question, and we would suggest that the answer to that is yes. There are exceptional circumstances which would require the adjustment of the Greenbelt. It then comes on a site-by-site basis. The approach that was put to you, which is you could just take out all the category A sites, I think was put to you as an example, not as a practical way forward, because clearly it wouldn't be, because you would have to judge the category A sites on individually in terms of their exceptional circumstances, at the same time of judging the strategic sites as well. You know, it's not an either or, I would suggest. If you were to look at whether or not the SA was complete and looked at sustainable alternatives, I think you will recall it was a long time ago, but there was a debate on whether or not the plan period should remain the same. And clearly, one of the matters, if you were to rerun the SA, would be, if you're rerunning it against 2012 framework, would you not look to rerun it and say, well, what would be required for a 15-year plan on the date of adoption? That would be a reasonable alternative, which one would put into the SA. So if you're tempted to go down that line, then I would suggest that just the housing requirements that were put to you wouldn't be the only thing you would need to look at. You would need to look at the reasonable alternatives of providing a 15-year plan. And I think at that stage, you would also have to look at the reasonable alternative of providing a level of housing which is in the government's present housing requirement, not the emerging or the consultation version of the standard method, or indeed anything that came out of the ONS, where the ONS have clearly stated that they do not form the basis for a housing requirement. So I think there's a number of issues you would look at in that, and just drawing your attention to the Airborough judgment. The Airborough judgment there, actually, in paragraph 131, makes it clear that
Mr. Bond, did you say paragraph 131?
131, yes.
Thank you.
Of the Leeds judgment. That's. Sorry, I was going quite fast there. I'm just conscious of time, sir.
Yeah, that's both admirable and fine. I'm with you.
Okay, and what that judgment says is there are undoubtedly advantages in spreading Greenbelt release across the whole area, and in having a variety of sites in different locations with different characteristics in terms of the speed of delivery and the range of housing choice. So I think that is of assistance to you with regard to how you might approach this matter. But as the Guilford's judgment made clear, actually having a buffer wouldn't devolve exceptional circumstances, and it certainly wouldn't take exceptional circumstances of those sites which are due to be all delivered and completed by 2028, because 2028 is the only time.
Forgive me, Mr. Bolton. I'm picking up some background noise.
Oh, sorry about that. I'll try and sort that out.
Is that, I don't know if that's from you or from someone else.
No, I think it is from me. If you just hold on. You caught the signage there, Inspector. You didn't catch the speech. I'm glad to say. I think I have solved the problem.
Very persuasive gesticulation.
Hopefully, the words were just as persuasive. Sorry, the point I was making is there is a debate about the size of the buffer, and I think given the uncertainty we're in, and I have to take issue in terms of whether the rest of the housing market area, Luton housing market area, is delivering. Certainly, we've made strong representations to the Central Bedfordshire local plan examination, which is still ongoing, as you know, that the distribution being proposed in Central Bedfordshire, in their part of the housing market area, is insufficient to meet Luton's needs and the needs of that area. So there's quite a lot of, if you like, additional issues flowing around, which would suggest to me two things. One should look, if one was looking at exceptional circumstances, the very short term of the plan, which we now have, is one of those circumstances. And the fact that ideally it should be we should have another 2 or 3 years supply at least, should be part of your thinking with regard to the buffer. And indeed wind in, if you like, contrary to what you've been told, the potential that Central Beds is not performing as you've been told. Now, we can provide you information on that, sir. I expect you might not wish to have it, but obviously if you are going to take into account as a material consideration that Central Beds is overperforming, then I think you will need to allow us to submit that information to suggest that it isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Just on that point, Mr. Smith, I was wondering actually during the break whether information in relation to Central Bedfordshire might be of assistance. I know that I have the recent note about supply coming through their local plan, which through the examination, or as things stand, in terms of plan supply that's at examination at the moment. I don't think, though, if I recall, I don't have it in front of me, but I don't think that covers other sources of supply. It just refers to allocations, doesn't it, or proposed allocations in the plan.
Yes.
I do wonder whether to get a complete picture, whether that is something that might usefully be included within the statement of common ground.
So yes, we had a very similar discussion in the coffee break, and we were going to suggest that to you, if that would be of assistance, that we bring that aspect of the supply into the overall document, so you've got it all in one place.
Yeah, that would be helpful, I think. So if you could do that, would be great. Mr. Beglin.
Sir, thank you and good afternoon. In relation strictly to the buffer point and exceptional circumstances that's under discussion now, of course, as I pointed out yesterday, there is no proposal that there should be any form of buffer in relation to Luton's unmet need. And so it follows that we would suggest from that the exceptional circumstances case for east of Luton is not affected by whether or not there is provision for a buffer within the North Herts plan. The position is, as we have previously sketched out over the last few days, that our unmet needs are established by the Luton local plan, acknowledged by all the local planning authorities who need to make a contribution to that pursuant to the duty to cooperate. And indeed, as has been acknowledged within the course of this examination, in amongst other places, your letter of the 9th of July 2019, ED 166 at paragraph 19. And of course, the plan policies SP8 and SP19 are now the plan-led reflection of that position within this plan examination. And as has been pointed out previously, our needs as Luton Council are also locationally specific, arising as they do and being met effectively as they can be close to where they arise. Just on the Compton case and that point in particular, but very shortly, you may find paragraphs 48 and 72 of assistance, which deal with the contribution that the pattern of distribution and development can make to the case on exceptional circumstances. But I'm not going to trespass on those areas today. More broadly, they've been dealt with before, and we'll be having our discussion about East of Luton tomorrow. So I simply flag those up for your attention, together with the references that we've already made in our hearing statement. But also bearing in mind the point that was raised about SA and the approach to that, you might want to, when you're reflecting on these matters, have a look at the way that issue 7 was also dealt with in the Compton case at paragraphs 108 through 132, because we would suggest that there are similarities there in terms of what the SA provision for North Herts has already covered compared to what the SA analysis at Guildford had covered in terms of the distribution of developments. And so you may find those passages of assistance as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begwin. Ms. Cottier.
Thank you. So I've been checking the definition of exceptional circumstances, and it seems that there is no definition of exceptional circumstances other than we've got 2 paragraphs in the NPPF which sort of define it. So the first one was NPF 136, where it says that once established, greenbelt boundaries should only be altered except where exceptional circumstances are fully evidenced and justified through the preparation or updating plan. So the main point being they must be fully evidenced and justified through some type of formal preparation. So when we talk about evidence, we talk about we've got quantity versus quality. I mean, we can all use a word such as exceptional circumstances or buffer, and that's essentially a qualifying word, because it's to do with, we all may have a separate idea of what that means, but quantifying evidence is evidence that can be materially counted and witnessed, and that everybody can agree is physically present. And in any type of research, scientific or in the humanities, we always divide quantifiable versus qualifying factors. So quantifying evidence is what we are talking about when we talk about fully evidencing something. Because if we're talking about qualities of something using general words with general meaning, we can't all agree on that. However, something that is empirically countable, we can all look at and say, yeah, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Yes, it's there, we can all see it. So what I think we should be doing here is fully evidencing the exceptional circumstances with hardcore evidence that we can all count. And this will then relate to the next paragraph, which is the definition we have for exceptional, the best definition we can hope to have for exceptional circumstances, is that the LPAs should examine fully other reasonable options for meeting its identified need for development. So reasonable options, reasonable is again a sort of a more of a qualifying word, but reasonable we would generally take to mean possible within the realms of reality rather than pie in the sky. So within the realms of reality options, what are they, and what ones can be fully evidenced? Well, we can start by looking at what actually occurred. That's the most concrete form of evidence we can ever hope to have, because it physically exists. And we are talking about, and once again, I'll draw a distinction between the part of the plan that deals with the Luton site versus the rest of the plan, which deals with the North Herts need. And I'll deal with them both, but I'll have to do so separately. So in regards to the Luton site, we're talking about supposedly an unmet need, but there isn't an unmet need. Now, we can use the word unmet need as much as we want, but where has there been fully evident? Where is the full evidence that there is an unmet need? And if we're talking about, well, the number of houses that central beds may be able have said that they will help Luton with to meet its number, there may be some kind of difficulty with that. How can we argue that there has been difficulty? How can we argue there will be difficulty with that when they've already built in the plan period 12,000 plus houses that are not being calculated into that figure? That's an additional quantity that currently actually physically exists and has occurred within the plan period. So there has been that difficulty has already been removed by definition of the fact that we have this quantity. So what I'm asking, it's all very well to ask for a declaration of common ground and for 3 local planning authorities to make some claims on paper. We can all say things, we can write things, we can use words, but what is the evidence saying? So whilst, yes, they can write that, we would like to see some actual figures, and then these figures must be sourced back to what has actually occurred, and that to be acknowledged that there are this huge quantity of houses delivered within the plan period and within the housing market area that isn't being factored in, and that in fact will cancel out any unmet need number that is being brandished around at the moment. So I want to bring this back to reality, what physically provable, fully evidenced and justified. And the other thing about MPPF 137 I want to say is the examination of other reasonable options for meeting need. We cannot seriously say that we are looking at all options if we have failed to see that in the empty commercial property listings in Luton, there are 16,000 empty commercial brownfield properties within Luton, which I provided the entire list of in my appendices. Now that they're not to be taken as individual dwelling sites. Each one is a whole site in itself, which can contain numerous dwellings within it. So when I say 16,000 empty commercial brownfield sites within Luton, and I have provided all of the information, including their addresses, their sizes, and I obtained that information from the government data sets, which I was given by Luton Borough Council themselves when I asked them in a freedom of information request, as well as an informal letter directly to them. Can I have copies of your entire register of empty commercial properties? I was provided with both lists, and they exceed 16,000 in number. And that is not individual dwellings. They are full empty spaces which range in size, but will always, you can fit, on some of them, you could fit 20, 40 dwellings. So with this type of land available, and with the right clarity over that, so much work could be going on as a reasonable option for meeting needs with more independent based builders that are open to regeneration, and rather than taking green belt site because it's simply there and sitting there. That is a reasonable option because the buildings are there empty on brownfield site, but it hasn't been examined. It hasn't even been put into a housing economic land availability assessment register. I've produced it at this late stage, but it should have been something that was on the table from the beginning. And the same applies to North Herts as well, because I've obtained 2 versions of the brownfield sites from them. One I obtained from them directly through my Freedom of Information request, and another, a much longer one, I obtained from the same government data sets that I obtained the Luton brownfield sites plus empty commercial property registers from, because they have them for all separate local authorities. So I looked them up for Luton, and then at the same time I got the ones from North Herts, and incidentally I also got the ones from Herts County Council and Central Beds, but I won't go into that. But there is a lot of land out there that is being ignored, and it's not just it's not a lot, it's a lot, enough to cover all the housing needs and then some. So to say that we just have an unmet need is frankly absolutely untrue, and I can produce evidence, concrete evidence, to prove that's untrue, and I don't need the words. I can just produce the figures and the data. I challenge them to produce the figures and the data as well as the statements, because they can say the statements and they can produce a declaration of common ground using some statements and some sentences, but that's fine, go ahead and do that, but also produce the data. Give us the data, because this is data that will stand up as evidence, not mere words.
Thank you, Ms. Cotier. Mr. Parkinson.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to very briefly pick up on the points made by Mr. Bolton and Mr. Beglan. In terms of the Leeds judgment, it is right, and so you'll see this yourself when you look up the reference. It is right that the judge there said that there are undoubtedly advantages in spreading greenbelt release across the whole area in terms of having a variety of sites in different locations and different characteristics. However, the very next sentence in the judgment says, the problem for the council is that neither it nor the inspectors have set out adequate reasons for this approach. And it's exactly the same here. The buffer is justified on the basis of everything we talked about this morning, certainty, slippage, etc. It is not said by the council that regardless of all of that, the greenbelt releases are needed because we need to spread housing across the district, or their characteristics, or the interconnectedness. Those arguments aren't made. It would be inconsistent with the approach that's been taken on planning applications, that granting permission now would not be premature, because it wouldn't predetermine questions of location, scale and phasing of housing. But also, until the assessment that I've set out of the environmental, social and economic effects of different buffer sizes and spread across districts has been carried out, that argument would have no evidential support behind it. In terms of Mr. Beglan and Luton, we accept that the Luton situation is different. In Luton, the sites that are in the plan to meet Luton's needs don't have a buffer, and also the reasons why they are there, because they need to meet Luton's need, so that there may well be no reasonable other alternatives there. We're concerned with North Herts and the difference there, and the growth villages coming forward to meet North Herts' need. And then just finally, in terms of Compton and SEA points, the paragraphs Mr. Beglan gave are should definitely be read. I just, though, for your note, suggest that it's worth, when you do so, particularly looking at paragraph 114, where you'll see that right from the beginning of the process in Guildford, a range of OAN plus different buffer sizes was assessed through the SA process, ranging from 9.4% to 26.2%. And that was key to the judge's finding that there had been no change, because different buffer sizes had already been assessed through the SA. That's not the case here. And secondly, paragraph 129, where when looking at the SEA ground, the judge cross-related to the inspector's finding that the buffer was unavoidable and inevitable because removing one of the strategic sites would put the whole planned strategy in jeopardy. And again, that's not the case here. And then just finally on the SEA points, as a lawyer, SEA points are great and very exciting, etc. But legal compliance is just a box to be ticked. And so I know you know this, but even if there isn't a legal compliance point here, even if you're satisfied that there's no need to do an SA addendum, that simply means that the council has complied with the SEA directive. It doesn't mean that the approach adopted is in fact sound and that exceptional circumstances do in fact exist. So both boxes need to be ticked, but ticking the SEA legal compliance box doesn't mean that exceptional circumstances have been demonstrated. And so I know you won't, but just so that we don't lose sight of that. Sorry, that was all I had.
Yeah, just a brief question for the council on that. Mr. Parkinson, as I recall in his statement, made the bold assumption that the council was likely to do an SA update or addendum or whatever. Yeah, was his assumption overly bold, or is that something the council has in mind?
So we would say that that's an overly bold assumption. And when we come to do our response, I'll explain to you our position on sustainability appraisal.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hamilton.
I'll try and keep this brief, Inspector. So regarding the green belt and its release, obviously we already know you've got market signal uplifts, etc., etc. And I've already said that we don't agree with a buffer, and we are aware that a small buffer is necessarily needed for like the 5-year plan, etc., and like fluctuations, blah blah blah. But we are looking at like a very low buffer instead. Basically, with the green belt, as we all know, like we're looking at 85%, it's already been mentioned, of sites are on there. So this is what I think causes the main problem of this situation. Obviously, if it wasn't on green belt, I don't think anyone would have an issue here at all. Or if it was just really marginal, they wouldn't have an issue. But we're looking at like picking up all this really, really important green belt around our urban areas and moving them into the countryside where they're not actually going to tick the purposes boxes anyway, really, let's be honest. So basically, as far as I'm concerned and as far as we're concerned, whereas the buffer may be okay in normal circumstances, it's not when it covers so much greenbelt land. And we don't feel that in that case exceptional circumstances exist for the release of that greenbelt land, because at the end of the day, once it's gone, it's gone. And like other people have addressed, surely to sort of like, deal with this right now, and remove very important sites, keep that buffer really low. And I follow in Ms. Cottier, what Ms. Cottier's been saying. I've noticed pockets of land that have come up for development within the North Herts District Council area, not Luton per se. And yes, a number of these planning applications have got like local plan codes on them, sort of like LT20, LTG. But there are other applications that are linked to ones that do not have local plan coding on them, and they are classed as windfall size. And although some of them are like 9 dwellings, some of them, I mean, I've got one here which is 116 dwellings. No mention of being part of the local plan, no mention of being part of the future 5-year land supply. As you're aware, back in 2017, 2018, it's so long ago, I'm the person that first started raising about how many sites were in Greenbelt and how many sites had been put forward on the brownfield. And it came to the crunks where we realised there wasn't the brownfield register. And we kept asking for it and asking for it and asking for it. And I think one was finally put on the table sort of at the end of 2019. And like Ms. Cottier says, we've got planning applications for certain amounts of development here and there that don't seem to have anything to do with the local plan. And surely they should be taken into account. That's point number one. You know, if we had these registers up to date and they were updated regularly, we'd see what land is available so that the houses could be built at the end of the day, because we're not saying that houses don't need to be built. And we're not saying that there shouldn't be like absolutely no sort of like little bit of uplift or buffer or anything at all. And we are saying we need this. But at the end of the day, this green belt is so important to us. And to pick it up from around the top of Stevenage, and the sort of east of Luton, especially when you're taking into account all the other councils' developments that are coming in. So obviously Luton, you've got Central Beds, you've got North Herts. With Stevenage, you've got Stevenage, North Herts, East Herts, that they're just, and the green belt, yeah, we'll pick it up, stick it over there. So, you know, we've mitigated for it, but you know, none of you are going to get any benefits. And I think the whole thing has embroiled into a bit of a mess. The fact that we haven't got this evidence, and it's not easy to find and locate where sites could be used. The fact that it's far too easy in people's eyes. Oh yes, okay, we need these houses, and we haven't actually done all the tick boxes that maybe we should have done. But we're going to just release this green belt, you know, have this big buffer to cover our own backs and make up for the fact that we haven't delivered what we should have delivered. We haven't sort of like got our 5-year land supply because of this, that and the other. And at the end of the day, it's going to have some serious consequences that once it's gone, is gone. Whereas if it was looked into now, there has been bits of land that has been looked at for the next plan. These bits of land are not going to have so many implications as the current ones that everyone are fighting about. And when we look at things like the MPPF, because this is all conjoined. This is all conjoined. The Brownfield Register, the HELAR, the MPPF, the need for the housing, the latest ONS. It's all sort of mixed up into a great big knotty bundle. You know, the MPPF is clear in its states, for exceptional circumstances, you've got to make as much use as brownfield sites and underutilised land as possible. But if you haven't got evidence of that, and if you've been putting through some other planning applications that are windfall sites that are nothing to do, this all needs to be taken account. And you need to make sure they're making the effective use of the land and you know, optimizing the density of development in line with the policies. All of this needs to be taken into consideration. And this has caused such a major issue, which is why we're all trying to sort out. I think all of us here, Inspector, are more than happy to work with North Herts and say, what about this? What about that? Even if we do delay this slightly, we need to get it done, and we need to get it done. I can't put any more energy and time into, I don't want to go down a judicial review route. I'm sure everyone else on this side doesn't either at the end of the day. You know, let's work together and remove these most important sites and see what else we can pull in to get that housing number, and then everyone's happy. Because at the moment, this is the way it is. The only people who are going to be happy in this will be the council who get their new homes bonus and get their tick boxes ticked. People that might move down into these nice big 4-bedroom houses, the developers who'll be rubbing their hands in glee, all of us communities who will have, you know, more traffic, more fighting on the little tiny jobs that are available, longer times to get into a hospital, and have our green space removed as well. All of this is such a pressure, and this is what has made this local plan a problem like it is. And when you look at other authorities like Welwyn Hatfield have now dropped their numbers, and it's been voted on and given the thumbs up. You know, the planning inspector said, you can drop your numbers, you can get your houses built, you know, and that's what they've done. And they've removed sites that are really important, like Simon's Hyde. And this is what we are asking of North Herts District Council and of yourself to oversee it. And I agree with Mr. Hawkins. We would like to thank you for your patience with all of us on this matter. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Just to be clear, from that, I'm assuming that you think that with a 13% buffer, that the exceptional circumstances required don't exist.
Definitely not, sir. Definitely not.
Thank you. Mr. Lovegrove.
Yes, just a quick one under the heading of exceptional circumstances. Over the last 2 or 3 days, I've mentioned 8 or 9 exceptional circumstances, but I've not mentioned these 3, which might make the family complete. There's been a complete sea change in public thinking about sustainability and climate change, Extinction Rebellion, etc., etc. That's one significant change. Also, second point, 2019 may well be the year of peak oil. What does that mean for society? Wow. Thirdly, climate emergencies. They've been declared by the government, by the North Herts District Council, so they should be putting sustainability at the core of their thinking, and yet is not in this local plan. Society is changing. Those are very exceptional circumstances. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovegrove. Mr. Bolton.
Just a point of clarification, we're involved in the Welland Hatfield local plan. It's not reached its conclusion yet, and the reduction in housing numbers voted on by the council has not been accepted by Mel Militant, who's the inspector there.
Thank you. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you. So Ms. Bolton took the words out of my mouth right there. But I too have been following the Welland Hatfield plan. Just to confirm that we do not accept from CPRE the 13% buffer. It should be a lot smaller, if at all. So we believe that there are no exceptional circumstances, therefore, for the release of land from the Greenbelt for development. I think we've had the discussion on exceptional circumstances way back under matter 3, when Mr. Baker was representing CPRE, and we had that discussion. I don't want to repeat it now, but I think the whole problem with this is that the plan has been approached from the wrong direction, and I think it's been housing driven from the point of view that from the SLA process, it's driven by the fact that there is a call for sites, and various landowners and developers come forward with that call for sites, and that's driving everything. And I think the problem is that's why we're here today. When these types of local plans were coming forward originally, hearings like this used to take 4 or 5 working days. We're now into months, we're now into years. And I think the mistake that was made from the very beginning was, given that we've got Greenbelt and important tracts of countryside, the council should have started from the very beginning with assessing the value of those areas and then deciding how much development would realistically be allowed on those within those particular areas, and then gone on to look at the housing requirement. It's been driven the other way round. We've looked at a housing target, and then we've looked at Greenbelt, etc. And I'm very much sympathetic with what Mr. Parkinson has said. Well, we are where we are, sir. I think we are going to be looking at exceptional circumstances, and inevitably we're going to be coming on to that when we look at the issues with regard to Greenbelt next week. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. Right, what I'm going to do now is if there are any final points on 22.1D, the question of if there's a buffer of around 13%, do the exceptional circumstances required for the release of land from the Greenbelt for housing still exist? If there are any final points from any participants, I'll take them now. I'll then go to the council for their final word on these issues, and I won't come back. So please don't try and come back once I've heard from the council, because I won't be having it. So if there are any final points, I'll hear them now. Mr. Bolton.
Yes, the only point.
Oh, you're muted, Mr. Bolton.
Am I unmuted now?
There you go. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Just the point I would make, and it follows on from the point earlier when I took you to where, if you like, the buffer comes into existence, if you like, as a potential over provision. It's in the last 2 years of the plan. So certainly we would say Greenbelt sites which are going to deliver, if like in total or in majority before the last 2 years of the plan, there is still, I think, a very strong case in terms of exceptional circumstances, providing you agree with the council's OAN that there is a strong requirement for those sites to be delivered, or if not, alternative sites to be found. In terms of the existence of other smaller brownfield sites that come through the process, they may be in existence, but that is far from being, if you like, a deliverable site in terms of what is required by government guidance, and indeed required by those who deliver housing. And that's a very important point. I mean, this is not a academic exercise. This is about delivering houses on the ground for people to live in.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Parkinson.
So just very briefly in response to that, actually, the question isn't what, when we're looking at the buffer, the question isn't really at what year in the trajectory do we get to 13,000 dwellings having been delivered. The question is, the MPPF question is whether there's a rolling 5-year housing land supply. And as I said this morning, for you to be satisfied of that, we need to see trajectories without, well, certainly from our point of view, all of the growth villages, but different combinations, because it's that question which is a different question, which is the one that we suggest that you need to be concerned with, and at the moment we haven't got that material.
Yeah, I think what you're saying there, Mr. Parkinson, is that if I did think that the supply ought to be reduced, that it shouldn't be reduced in such a way that the council is left without a rolling 5-year housing land supply. Is that what you mean? Yes,
although I come at it slightly different, the opposite way, that the justification for the buffer is the need for a rolling 5-year housing land supply. So you need to be satisfied, or ask the question we would suggest, well, if you removed X allocation or Y allocation, or even X, Y, and Z allocations, would the council still have a rolling supply? At what point do they not? And that helps inform the question that I posed in the beginning of this session, which is, what is the size of buffer that's needed?
Yeah, I understand. Okay, final call. Thank you. Ms. Hamilton.
A very strange question here. Obviously, as we were discussing all this, obviously they were looking about an early review, and there's like sort of land safeguarded. Is it not possible where I was coming on from little pockets of developments that have been coming up for planning application. So is it not possible to pull a couple of other sites in? Because going back on what I was saying about the well in Hatfield, no, it's not been approved by the inspector, but they had an issue with the numbers as well. And the planning inspector did say that there would be a problem if they weren't able to, you know, build the amount of numbers in that time. So wouldn't it be possible, and he said about other sites, is it not possible to get other sites on board sort of now, or even look at one of the sites that were safeguarded previously? Is that not a possible option for the council? It was just an afterthought, so I apologise, but I just thought I'd say it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, I'm going to go now then to Mr. Smith for the council's last word on this issue. And as I said before, I'm not going to come back to anyone else, so please don't raise your hand. Mr. Smith.
So just before you do that, is it possible for me just to address you on what we consider to be the correct approach in relation to the oversupply, and also on the sustainability appraisal point? Would it be helpful for me to deal with that first?
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, look, you know, from the council side, I know we've heard a lot from others. I've heard little from you. I'm not expecting, I don't have the expectation that you will reply to all of the points. I'm not asking you to do that. And those that you don't reply to, I will assume that you are content to let them stand and for me to consider them.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. You broke up right at the very end there. I got to, you assume that we are content to, and then you broke up.
I assume that you're content to let those points stand as they were put to me, and for me to consider them.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Just very briefly, in relation to the approach to the buffer or the oversupply, however you want to characterise it, and whether or not there are exceptional circumstances to just the level of oversupply that's in the plan. As you'll be well aware, that is a matter of planning judgment for you, subject to the test of irrationality. And in reaching that judgment, you have got to take into account all the relevant factors, and in your report, obviously give adequate and intelligent reasons as to why you've reached that judgment. And the justification for the buffer in a local plan inevitably turns on the facts and the circumstances that pertain to that particular plan. And therefore, in looking at the buffer, you need to look at the circumstances that pertain here, not to the circumstances that may or may not have pertained in the Guildford case. But in relation to the Guildford case, you can just take comfort from the fact that a 40% buffer with a 4,000 dwelling oversupply was not regarded as irrational, because there were circumstances that existed on the ground that justified it. In responding to the point that Mr. Parkinson made, where I think he's suggesting to you that the approach that you have to take is what is the size of the buffer that is required. We disagree with that as a required approach. You're not required to do that. It's not the approach that we have taken, and it's not the approach that was taken in the Guildford case. The buffer was the outcome between comparing the need with the level of supply, and then a judgment was reached as to whether or not there were exceptional circumstances to justify that oversupply. It was never a target, and a judgment was never made that they needed a certain percentage of oversupply. And so if you look at what Sir Duncan Ouseley, sitting as a High Court judge, said in that case, and I'm just going to read it out because I think it is quite important. It's literally only a couple of sentences. It's a paragraph 96 of the judgment. He says, I see nothing illogical in the inspector's thought process requiring a buffer of some significance and treating the total of the allocated sites as creating an appropriate buffer. There was no need to calculate a spuriously precise headroom figure and then match it with sites. So any suggestion that you have to alight upon some magic figure or some spuriously calculated headroom and then match it is simply just not a requirement that you're that you need to take. The approach that you do need to take is simply this. In reaching your planning judgment, you have to take into account all the factors in looking at the OAN as against the oversupply, and then look to see whether or not, in looking at that, the paragraph 14 test is met, namely that there is sufficient flexibility in the plan to meet the need in the light of the oversupply that is provided for in the plan. And it's really no more complicated than that, we would suggest. And Mr. Smith, because he's the planner, so he's the one that's reaching the planning judgment, and obviously ultimately, so you're the one who's going to be making the planning judgment on this. He'll deal with the factors that we say clearly indicate why the level of oversupply is justified and constitutes exceptional circumstances in this particular case. So that's all I want to say about the approach. If I can just have a couple of minutes just talking to you about the sustainability appraisal point, and then I'll hand over to Mr. Smith. So you'll be aware that the PPG states at paragraph 20 ID 11 that an update to a sustainability appraisal is only necessary where it's appropriate and proportionate to the level of change that's being made to the local plan. And Mr. Beglam has quite rightly pointed you to where Sir Duncan Ouseley deals with the sustainability appraisal point in the Guildford case in issue 7. And I'd certainly support that you actually read through that, because he sets it out very nicely and clearly. So you may find that of assistance. But paragraph 124 of that judgment, Sir Duncan says very clearly there that if the level of housing provision is within the range of options already tested in the sustainability appraisal, and the housing sites remain the same as those in the submitted plan, then there's no need for further SA. What was being said there was whether the effective increase in the headroom or the buffer, but without change to the level of the housing allocation, was a significant change, or one likely to have a significant effect, was a matter of judgment for the local planning authority, and ultimately for you, sir, subject to the test of irrationality. And so you'll be aware that the submitted plan, although it seems some time ago now, that the submitted plan had a level of supply of 16,900 dwellings in it. And the plan as now proposed, because of the effluxion of time and because a lot of the sites are now not going to be delivering until after the plan period, beyond 2031, the now proposed level of supply, if you look at it in its totality, is 14,650. And that's the 1,400 from Luton, with the 13,250 to meet North Hert's needs. And as Mr. Parkinson has drawn your attention to, if you look at the sustainability appraisal that was carried out in 2016, which is LP4, and if you go in that document to Appendix 4, not suggesting you do it now, but in your leisure, you will see that the sustainability appraisal there considered 3 levels of supply or requirement, however you like to characterize it. But in the district, they sustainably appraised the delivery of 6,500 houses, 11,000 houses, and 17,000 houses. And if you look at the analysis between the 11,000 houses and the 17,000 houses, and you look at the differences in relation to the judgments made on the sustainability appraisal objectives, you'll see that only 5 out of the 21 criteria, when one looks at either 11,000 or 17,000, were in any way affected. And even in the criteria that was affected, it's pretty marginal. And in the light of that, I think we're saying that it's reasonable to conclude that assessing the differences between 13,650 units as opposed to 14,650 units, which is the difference, that's the 1,000 unit difference between having a 6% buffer or a 13% buffer, is not going to serve any meaningful purpose and is not going to reveal any differences at the strategic level. And therefore, in the circumstances where the level of supply is within the range already considered, and where housing allocations have already been evaluated, the judgment that the change is not significant or likely to have any significant effect, which has not already been considered, we say is reasonable. And that is the situation here. These levels of supply have already been assessed at the strategic level. And to do otherwise or to go through that process again is not going to serve any meaningful purpose, particularly given also that each site that is in the plan has also been itself individually assessed. It's really very difficult to see how at the strategic level, trying to do a compare and contrast exercise between essentially 13,500 and 14,500 houses is going to make any difference, given that you've already got the information in relation to the difference between 11,000 and 17,000, which at the strategic level is also fairly marginal. So it seems to us that that disposes of the sustainability appraisal point. Of course, I take the point that Mr. Parkinson is making in relation to the soundness, which of course goes back to the planning judgment, and that I've really addressed you on that. But really, we're into a planning judgment matter here, not a legal compliance matter, I'd suggest. So if hopefully that's clear to you, sir, as to Elisa, where we are on all of that. I noticed that it's 5 to 1. I know Mr. Smith has been very quiet for the whole of the morning. You've been very generous in allowing, quite rightly so, and no criticism, in allowing everybody to say exactly what it is they want to say to you, and it's very important that you let them do that. But I do wonder whether, because I think he has got a number of points he wants to make to you. I notice it's 5 to 1. I just wonder whether it might be fairer to him, bearing in mind that we have now been going since 9 o'clock, whether it might be fairer to him just to resume and just to let him tell you what he wants to say at I know, 2 o'clock or whenever you want to resume, to give him a clear run at it, rather than us all be looking at our watches and wondering where our sandwiches are. But I don't, obviously it's a matter for you, sir, but I'll just throw that point out for you.
If that would be your preferred approach, Mr. Smith, I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah, I think that would be best. I'm afraid I'm going to put Mr. Bedford's 10-point list from yesterday to shame somewhat. I think we started with about 37 points this morning and we've added to it since. So obviously we'll try and conjoin those as best we can. But yes, I think it may take some time for us to run through. As you say, we've had a number of hours of submissions from other parties that we do need to come back to in a fair level of detail.
so you don't feel too gloomy about it, sir. I think we can probably deal with it hopefully in about half an hour. So it won't take hours and hours. And we've tried to encapsulate them quite hopefully succinctly for you.
I'm glad you said that, because I was feeling rather downhearted, particularly when I look at what we have yet to cover in relation to the 5-year housing land supply.
Yes, I mean, I would hope, sir, that is going to be more straightforward, because we've got the scenarios set out in ED 191B. It all speaks for itself, really, but I think this is the key for matter 22. I think this is, and I think my understanding is that you think that this is the key point for matter 22. It's the extent of the buffer, and then really once the judgment's made on that, many things then flow from that.
I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, then I will now adjourn for lunch. Yeah, I think I'll take the full hour. So we'll adjourn for an hour, and then on our return we'll have half an hour or so from Mr. Smith to conclude on matter 22.1, and then we'll move directly to issue 22.1, and we'll then move directly to issue 22.2. So I now make it 12:57. I adjourn the hearing to resume at 2 o'clock, and I'm told, what was it I'm told? If you bear with me a moment, this is a Zoom related instruction, so I want to try and get
Would you sorry to interrupt, would you like me to?
Oh yes, there we are. Much better, yes.
So if we're going to be continuing on this same Zoom call, if everyone wants to turn their cameras off and mute and just leave it open throughout lunch period, that's fine. If you do want to leave, you can rejoin using the same details you joined for this morning.
Thank you very much for that, it's Mr. Franklin, isn't it? So yeah, it's now 12:58. Therefore, adjourn to resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Nigel? Oh.
Yes. Suzanne,
You're not
hi.
muted.
Testing.
Can you hear me, Suzanne?
I can. So you need to turn your microphone off. Yeah.
Testing.
Okay. Can I ask? Are we now live streaming?
We are still live streaming, yeah.
We are. Yeah. Okay. I thought so. Very good. In which case, then it is now 2 o'clock, and so I resume the hearing. As promised, then before our break for lunch, we will now hear from the hopefully well-rested Mr. Smith and the council's reply to everything that I have heard on the 22.1 issues, and we will then, once we've heard from Mr. Smith, move directly onto issue 22.2. So, Mr. Smith, please take it away.
Thank you. Yes, I'm well rested, so let's go for it. I think obviously we've heard a wide range of submissions, and I think it's beneficial, as Ms Ormsby suggested before lunch, to just take some time to set out the council's approach to the buffer and the key information which supports that in ED 191B. And through that, I'll set out to you the council's view that the buffer's not just required, it is really critical to the soundness and deliverability of the plan. And in turn, as a consequence of that, the necessary exceptional circumstances do exist as required. In answering the points made, I think I'm going to lapse into some of your 5-year supply questions, which is hopefully okay, but I think it's best just to give you a holistic answer, as there is a link between the two, between the buffer and the 5-year supply, and will hopefully also limit the number of further points the council needs to make when you do move on. Probably just to repeat the point that I made right at the very start of these sessions, that this session on this matter, that obviously our position is predicated on both the objectively assessed need, which you've heard evidence on, and the sites, which you will hear evidence on, are found sound. And obviously we say they are. Should you come to a different conclusion, then some of what I say now may need to change, because we need to adjust to whatever decisions and conclusions you reach. In that sense, I'm not going to address the points that have been raised about site selection and greenbelt harm, because I think that's for another day, principally Tuesday and Wednesday next week, when obviously I imagine we'll go over a lot of that again. Just first of all, there's 2 buffers at play here. I think there was some mention of buffer confusion in the morning session, and just to be very clear on that, first of all, what I'll refer to as the whole plan buffer, and that is the difference between the total supply expected over the whole plan period and the total requirement over the whole plan period. And that's what we variously refer to as 13 or 14%, depending on whether we include the unmet needs from Luton or not. We're also required by paragraph 47 of the MPPF to add a buffer to each individual year's calculation of 5-year supply, and that is the 20%. In recognition of persistent under-delivery. So I think it was Mr. Dorman who raised the question of the difference between those buffers. Hopefully that makes that clear. We've established, in relation to the needs of North Herts, there's a surplus of 1,650 homes, or 14%, and a surplus of 13% against the proposed housing requirement as a whole, once you factor in unmet need from east of Luton. And that buffer is required to enable the requirement to be met, because obviously any failure to meet the requirement in full means the housing needs of the district are not met in full, and that would be contrary to national policy objectives. And in general terms, that whole plan buffer future-proofs the plan, in the council's view, makes it more robust. I think we've established the principle of a whole plan buffer of some form, by and large, does not appear to be in dispute. It's very much about the scale. The first point is that the whole plan buffer is neither large or unreasonable compared to approaches elsewhere, obviously recognising that each individual examination, including this one, does turn on its own facts. Ms Ormsby referenced Guildford before lunch, and similarly, if you look at approaches found sound at examination this year in other locations, buffers of, I've got Lancaster 15%, Chelmsford, South Kesteven 18%, Harrogate 25%, and so on. So first is just a simple point that 13% as a number or percentage is not an outlandish proposition. The issues are whether that buffer is justified, and given our reliance on Greenbelt, whether there are those exceptional circumstances. And I think, as Miss Ormsby said before lunch, in considering those exceptional circumstances, it's appropriate for you to consider how that buffer helps in contributing to meeting the need, providing flexibility, and contributing to the 5-year rolling supply, and also the spatial strategy in the plan that comes out as a result. And I think in looking at that, it's critically important to recognise, as been raised by several contributors, this plan is severely backloaded. We're almost halfway through the plan period, and the significant majority of development is yet to come. Government policy obviously is to boost significantly the supply of housing, as set out at para 47 of the MPPF, and that is generally taken to mean, as a starting point, that the delivery of need should be evenly spread, with any shortfall made up as soon as possible. I think that's been subsequently formalised in PPG, but in fairness, I don't think that advice was present in the version of PPG, as it was sort of frozen for the purposes of this examination. So based on our revised housing requirement, that requires delivery of 650 homes a year from 2011 to 2031. And if we look at our completions so far since 2011, they're averaging 313 homes a year. So we have been delivering since the outset of the plan period at less than half the required rate.
Is that 313?
313, yes. Pretty helpful. So if I ask you to look to in ED 191B, Appendix C, which sets out the various land supply scenarios, and I think, again, you were directed to that this morning. So starting on page 17. So on page 17, we've got it sort of labelled Scenario 1.
Is this the bit where you overlap into the next issue?
I imagine so, yes, because I'm going to have to point you to some of the numbers in that table.
Okay.
So that first table under Scenario 1, that is our 5-year supply position if we were to propose an even delivery of the housing requirement across the plan period, and to make up any shortfall as soon as we could, which we'd put to you would be the first preference, as it were. And from line A in that table, you can see we've built approximately 2,800 homes.
Sorry, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by even delivery.
That's to say that if you had a target of 13,000 homes, we should be aiming in the first instance to deliver that evenly at a rate of 650 homes a year across the entire plan period, rather than the stepped approach which we are proposing and which I'll come on to.
Okay.
So based on that even delivery, as I say, we've built around 2,800 homes, and obviously that number stays the same across all the scenarios because that is a matter of fact and record. But under that scenario of even delivery, we should have built 5,850, and that's in the second line. And you can see, therefore, the backlog of under delivery in line C is actually larger than the number of homes we've built. And against that approach, as you can see at the bottom of that first column labelled 1st of April 2020, we can only demonstrate a 2.7-year land supply. So we cannot deliver a 5-year land supply. We're a long way short. We're only just over half. And as you track across that table to the right through the subsequent years, that position does improve, but it never reaches 5 years. And in fact, on a non-stepped approach, the plan doesn't break even. And by that, I mean, we don't hit the point where completions catch up with our annualized target until April 2028. So the plan is on that scenario is under delivering until 17 years into a 20-year period. And so because of that, the council is seeking your dispensation and agreement effectively to backload the plan. And so if you turn over onto what's labelled scenario 2 in Appendix C, which should be on the next page or over the page. Scenario 2 effectively presents a two-stepped approach, which is broadly comparable to the approach we had in the plan that was submitted to you and discussed at the original examination sessions. The numbers in each step are reduced slightly because we're now proposing a reduced housing requirement. But again, the key point there is if you look at line I of all those calculations under the one that's labelled Sedgefield, which is making up the shortfall as soon as possible. Again, no 5-year supply now and just achieving one in April 2024. And similarly in the bottom table, no 5-year supply now. So that approach, the principle of a two-stepped approach is again now unsound and we can't demonstrate a 5-year supply. And so that leads us to scenario 3, which is on, again, the following page and the approach we are now recommending to you. And you can see on the bottom line of the bottom table in bold is the only scenario we've presented where you can achieve a 5-year land supply, with a bit of headroom. On the top line, you can see we can just get to 5.00 years land supply on the 1st of April 2020. We put it to you, that's a bit too close to the bone. There is literally no flexibility in that whatsoever, whereas under the recommended approach, we have between 5.3 and 5.6 years land supply. So under that recommended scenario, and with all the sites in the plan being maintained, and with the 13% buffer, we can demonstrate a rolling supply. But shall I continue?
Please.
Yeah. Even under that scenario, we have a long way to go to get back on track. As I've said, we've delivered 2,800 homes between 2011 and 2020. To meet the proposed requirement for North Hertfordshire's needs, there are almost 9,000 homes yet to deliver. So essentially 75% of the requirement in the remaining years of the plan, having delivered 25% in the first half. And due to that persistent under delivery, in all of the scenarios you've looked at, we say it is necessary and required to apply the 20% buffer to our individual 5-year requirements. And again, that's in line with paragraph 47 of the NPPF. And that is a massive uplift in delivery, to be honest, and it's why we have to not only annualize the backlog, we also need to step the housing requirements to have any hope of delivering a rolling 5-year supply. And that is why it's the scenario we've put to you. And then if we look at delivery within individual 5-year blocks, even then we can see there's backloading within each 5-year period. And I think this is quite a crucial point, because you can't pick off a single year and claim that's a surplus in that year, such as you might reduce the buffer, which was claimed this morning. Obviously, 5-year supply, as the name suggests, involves looking at 5-year blocks of delivery and seeing whether enough homes are being delivered. So on that proposed scenario C approach, if you look at column G, so the 5-year requirement from the 1st of April 2020 is 3,927 homes, which works out to 785 homes a year. Now, if I turn you to the trajectory graph on page 13, bearing that figure of 785 homes a year in mind, you can see that in the 5 years of that period, so that's the lighter blue bar starting at 2021, running through to 2025, we're not delivering that 785 homes a year evenly. We're projecting 467 completions this year, 437 the next year, 622 in the 3rd year. And so achieving a 5-year supply, looking at the whole 5-year period, is wholly contingent on delivering that big uplift you can see in the graph from 2024 onwards. And if you go on a page to page 14, there's the components of supply graph, which breaks down those years into where the completion is going to come from. I think is something you requested for the hearings back in March, and obviously we've updated it for this latest information.
Yeah.
And you can see from that for 2021 and 2022, the completions come almost exclusively from existing permissions. And obviously that permissions data is up to date at the 1st of April 2020. That contains all the permissions granted but not yet built at that point, which picks up some of the sites that were alluded to by Ms Hamilton in particular. And as you go through that 5-year period, the permissions sort of give way to the proposed local housing allocations, and then as you get further down through the plan period, the strategic sites then become the primary sources of supply. And I think the point I'd like you to take from that, sir, is bearing in mind Mr Parkinson's submissions in particular about the villages for growth, is that these medium-sized sites around the towns and villages are absolutely critical in ensuring delivery and that 5-year supply in the early years after adoption. They are not an expendable buffer of excess sites that we can simply discard by saying, well, by the time we get to the end of the plan period, we have 1,650 spare homes, so we can afford to colour few. That is not the case. Without them, I don't think the council can demonstrate a 5-year land supply. And in that regard, a lower buffer doesn't work. I know Mr Parkinson suggested that a rolling 5-year land supply could be met. To be honest, I disagree, and it's obviously hard to see without any calculations having been submitted. I think Mr Parkinson sort of referenced the possibility of doing some scenario testing to show what would happen if we took some of those sites out, and obviously we're happy to do that if you think that would be beneficial. But my view, having played around a little with taking those sites out, is that if you remove a number of locations to achieve a 7% buffer, the supply is less than 5 years, or so close to 5 years that you don't meet the requirements on flexibility. I'll pause there. Would it be helpful, would it assist you, sir, if we gave you some examples of what the 5-year supply may look like if you took those sites out, or is that something you wish to reserve judgment on?
No, I think it's something that I need to know.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. I don't know if Mr. Parkinson, you may want to ask him to speak later. He alluded to the fact that they had run some figures so similarly. I don't know if there's anything.
I'll pick this up. I'm not going to let anybody else back in on the 22 issue, but Mr. Parker, but this does fall fairly and squarely within issue 22.2 in any event. So that being the case, I'm sure Mr. Parkinson can pick it up then.
Well, provide you with some scenarios that take out some of these growth villages or some of the sites in general to a lower buffer, so you can see for yourself what that would do to the 5-year supply. Okay. So I think the key point on that is
just one query to follow up on that. If you remove sites, you have either less than 5 years or it's so close that there's no flexibility.
Yeah,
I know this is all very uncertain, but you did mention earlier, I think, that you've taken a conservative approach in terms of the timing of delivery and the amount of delivery. I wonder if that has any bearing.
I think I said prudent rather than conservative. I don't think we've deliberately underestimated. I think we can go through the numbers. Essentially, we've cross-checked the numbers against sources such as the Litchfield's work on strategic sites and delivery, and we think all of the assumptions are reasonable. I think if you asked each site promoter individually, they may well tell you they can do it more quickly, which I have no reason to doubt on a case-by-case basis. But if you take all those assumptions and put them in a trajectory, you're perhaps setting yourself up to fail.
They might say that, and they might be right, but you wouldn't necessarily want to rely on it for soundness.
Exactly. The likelihood is that over time, some sites will come forward more quickly than expected, some will come forward more slowly, and a few may not come forward at all. That tends to be how these things pan out. So we put what we think are reasonable assumptions for soundness in the housing trajectory. So I think it's only really in the last 5 years of the plan, referring back to that components of supply graph, that the proposed strategic sites become the primary source of supply. The vast majority of sites in the plan are due to commence within the next 5 years, and they are needed to support an ongoing 5-year supply. And linked to that, if we do not provide an adequate buffer now from the Greenbelt, we obviously cannot fix that through the application of NPPF or presumption in favour of development, because those Greenbelt sites are generally considered constrained, or there are policies restricting development under the relevant paragraphs of the NPPF. So we put it to you, we need to make positive decisions now.
Just for the avoidance of any doubt, Mr. Smith, yeah, I've just marked in my notebook that as an item of homework to look at, as you put it, I think, playing around with the sites.
Yes, we'll put some scenarios to you. Obviously, any sites we remove in those scenarios is not a suggestion that by the council those sites should come out.
I understand.
But yes, just to repeat that final point on Greenbelt, as I say, it's critical to make those decisions now, because we can't fix or patch up this buffer with Greenbelt sites through the development management process later down the line. And all of the allocations accord with the overall spatial strategy, which again we discussed right at the beginning of the original hearing sessions, around directing the significant majority of growth to the towns and smaller levels of development to the villages. I'm getting towards the end. So. Okay. If we could just turn back to the trajectory graph for a moment, the overall one.
not the components of supply one.
No, the one on the page before.
Yeah.
And so I lost it for a moment. And on that graph, you can see there's a green dotted line, which is labelled as rate to meet required target to 2031 on there. Now that starts at 650 because in 2011, if we'd have built 650 homes a year for each of the 20 years, we'd have met the target. Obviously, given our undersupply, that's climbed and will continue to climb. But I'm more interested for the moment in the far end of the graph. You will see as we start to deliver over and above our proposed targets, that line starts to fall, and in 2030 it hits zero. So we're effectively saying on the trajectory in the year 2030, so only 1 year before the end of the plan period, will we meet our needs in full? So in that sense, if you are going to view any of this as a surplus or a buffer, it is only delivery in 2031, that very last year of the trajectory, that comes after we've met our housing target. And picking up on a point from Mr. Parkinson, if you go through the individual sites in the trajectory, and you don't need to do this now, sir, there are only 2 Greenbelt sites that are not expected to come forward until 2031. One of those is arguably permissible under Greenbelt policy in any case, as it's infilling within a village for 16 homes. So arguably, even if you were to come to the view there weren't exceptional circumstances for that particular site, it may come forward. And the other is the 9-unit scheme referred to by Mr. Parkinson. And frankly, sir, 9 units is neither here nor there in terms of the overall principles of the supply or the buffer. All the other sites in the Greenbelt commence prior to that point, or well prior to that point, and are needed to maintain that rolling 5-year supply. And in that regard, we'd say the buffer is very much a necessity. And as we've put in ED 191B, and in fact in the papers previously when we had other buffers, it is very much an output of a process of ensuring the plan can be sound. It is what you get once you have ensured you can meet your needs in full and you can meet the rolling 5-year requirement. And in that case, I would say there are clearly exceptional circumstances to justify the buffer. And without it, I think there would be serious issues as to whether the 5-year requirement can be met over the plan period or if the requirement could be met in full. And as I say, we can address that in the homework that we've identified.
Is it more important to the rolling 5-year housing land supply than it is to the overall supply? I mean, looking at this, it just strikes me that actually this is about the timing of delivery, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's both. It's probably more important to the 5-year land supply, because obviously, as we said, at the 1st of April each year, we need to look forward in those blocks of 5 years and satisfy ourselves there will be 5 years worth of development. So, and given that within each of those 5 years, we have to add an extra 20% buffer in the 5-year supply, you inevitably almost overshoot on the overall number, because you have to make sure that the numbers stack up, which is perhaps a rather dry way of looking at allocations as sort of numbers, but that's how the system is set up.
Right, I suppose what I'm getting at is, I think the issue is, so for example, if all the strategic sites were to start delivering tomorrow on an annual basis throughout the plan period, then you probably wouldn't have that issue around the 5-year housing land supply, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think that's some of where the difference in the buffer comes from. Obviously, when we initially had these hearings and we were talking about a 6-7% buffer, we had a slightly smaller shortfall and we had 14 years left in which to make it up, whereas now we have a 3,000 home shortfall and 11 years in which to make it up. So the requirements in each 5-year block are now higher than they were originally, and I don't think you're really comparing like with like in that regard in saying, well, a 6% buffer was okay then. A 6% buffer was okay then because everything else worked out off the back of it. Whereas, as we've seen in that scenario too, that doesn't really happen anymore.
Yeah, rolling 5-year housing land supply is about sequencing in part, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Obviously, broadly speaking, yeah, we've sequenced the strategic sites to come forward sort of a reasonable period of time after adoption, and clearly our expectations in where adoption may land is later now than it was in those original hearings, which is no criticism, by the way.
Yes, I was intrigued to hear that I had been criticised. I wasn't aware of it before.
Well, certainly not from us. There was a couple of comments earlier about where you were commended for taking your time over this approach, and I wouldn't want you to think that the inverse was true and you were. Anyway, we'll leave that. Finally, I think there's just a couple of broader points to address. I mean, firstly, just the question of how the council got into this sort of backloaded under delivery point in the first place, because I think it does have a bit of a bearing on where we're going in terms of this plan and the review. As I think we've said to you a number of times, this council's current plan was adopted in 1996, and the last plan to identify any new allocations was adopted in 1993. So this council hasn't identified sites through a statutory plan for 27 years, which is probably in your experience quite an unusual situation, and it does mean that we're coming from a standing start really in terms of housing delivery. I think a lot of plans meet a relatively significant proportion of their needs by rolling forward permissions and allocations from the previous iteration of the plan into the new one, and then top it up with what is needed to get to the new need figure. And that's not the case here, and it has been necessary for the council to identify new allocations to meet the significant majority of its needs, which I think goes to the point raised by a number of parties, obviously around the proportion of development on greenbelt sites. Obviously at the same time, in that intervening 27 years, those sites which could come forward under the existing policy framework we have built more than 5,500 homes since 2001 on previously developed land. So around 2/3 of all new homes in the district. But obviously that is a finite source of supply, and North Hertfordshire in particular doesn't have a significant former industrial base. We don't have, for example, extensive waterfronts or MOD sites, Ministry of Defence sites, which are often the sources of, or the types of land which lead to authorities being able to identify large proportions of development on previously developed sites. Completions and permissions on previously developed land have been included, sites which meet the tests of being developable or deliverable are included, and there is a windfall allowance. So I think we've done what we can on previously developed sites, notwithstanding the other points you've heard. And similarly, we've granted and implemented permission on many of the sites in the rural area beyond the greenbelt. And you can see that at paragraphs 14 and 15 of ED 191B, where we're actually now proposing that a number of the allocations are deleted, not because they're not needed, but because they've been permitted and implemented. And in that context, as I think I said perhaps yesterday, that this examination really is now boiling down to this question of greenbelt and exceptional circumstances. And it's essential in the council's view that those decisions are taken now. The proposed early review isn't an opportunity to defer those, because if we do defer those decisions in 3 or 4 years' time or whatever it is, we will be sat in front of you or one of your colleagues making exactly the same points about backloaded delivery and not having identified sufficient sites. And again, we've picked that up in paragraphs 30, 31, ED 191B, making clear that proactive and robust decisions now will actually help facilitate the review, or help us put in a position more akin to other authorities where a reasonable proportion of the need at that review, whatever it may be, can be met by rolling forward these permissions and allocations. And in that regard, the identification of strategic sites that span across plan reviews isn't uncommon. We would say that is good planning and is actually a good example of a plan-led system. And final point, you may be glad to hear, obviously the rates in the plan.
Sorry, just
sorry.
Sorry, this is slightly tangential, but I mean, I didn't mean to ask about this earlier. So the review, presumably at least part of that will be to focus, will it, on identifying new settlement options?
Yes, certainly that's the text in the plan at the moment at 1437, which I think someone pointed to you yesterday. Yes, new settlement options, or it says the outcome of the deliberations around the process will be reflected in the full review of the plan. And that will be in whatever the outcomes of that process are, will be in the basket of options and reasonable alternatives that we may consider at that time. And I think just the final point, if I may, was a slight tangent from my side. We recognise the delivery rates are very challenging in the plan, and obviously there's a heavy reliance on site owners and promoters bringing forward their schemes in a timely fashion. We are satisfied, as I've said, that the trajectory builds in sound allowances, both in terms of the delivery rates and also the time we've allowed in there for sites to progress through necessary planning processes, opening up works and so on prior to the delivery of new homes. I think it's also important. Sorry?
That's about commencement and phasing.
Yes. But the point I want to make, I think it's also very important to satisfy ourselves that the council itself has the right tools and levers in the plan to make sure it can fulfil its role in that process, and that it can maximise quality in these sites if you deem them sound, and we're not a brake on development. As we've outlined, there's little room for error, and I think it was Mr. Evans this morning highlighted the complexities of delivering strategic sites. And in that regard, and in order to ensure the effectiveness of the plan, and with your permission, we would welcome the opportunity for sort of one final look at the master planning requirements in relation to strategic sites to make sure in our minds we've got that right and got the tools and the process in the right place, I guess.
Sorry, I didn't quite follow that.
As it stands at the moment, the requirements for master planning and the strategic sites is very much linked into the granting of permission and the outline planning process. During the course of this year, the councils had a corporate peer review, which involves people coming in from other councils and advising us on how best to deal with issues, and including delivery of the plan. And I think we'd just like the opportunity to look at those requirements, because looking at other authorities, a lot of authorities take that master planning process out of development management process. It's not tied right into development management process, it's a separate process, and schemes are therefore brought forward in line with this. And I just think we'd like the opportunity just to look at the detailed wording we've got on those policies to make sure we're not holding up development by having the wrong wording in the plan against the processes that we may ultimately put in place to look at those sites.
Okay, I don't want to dwell on that now, but
no.
What I'm understanding is that you still want the master planning to happen.
Yes.
But perhaps in a slightly different way to the way that it's currently couched in the policies.
Exactly, yeah. I think we'd just like the opportunity to think about that, and with your permission, propose some further modifications. I think I just want to flag it as a point of principle now to see if you're agreeable, and then we can work on that and present something to you.
Yeah.
Super, thank you. That is me done. So if you have any further questions, obviously I can take them.
Sorry, bear with me just one moment. Yeah, I think you've covered everything that I needed you to cover. So thank you for that. I will move then to issue 22.2. The 5-year housing land supply. And question A was simply about whether you'd done your maths right. Presumably you're going to tell me that you have. I don't recall anyone that you'd got it wrong. I asked that because I do sometimes, put it this way, see various tables with numbers in from local authorities where things simply don't add up because they've done it incorrectly. I just wanted to double check, frankly, that wasn't the case here. Mr. Bolton.
Good afternoon. Yes, just to confirm, we don't think there's anything wrong with the maths. But before we get too far into this, can I just confirm that we're assessing the 5-year land supply against the approach in the 2012 framework and the guidance attached with that?
Yeah.
That was my understanding, but thank you.
Mr. Parkinson.
So we don't have any issue with the maths either, and in fact we haven't said anything in our hearing statement on this second part of the discussion, so I'm going to not say anything, but you did indicate that I might be able to say something about the scenario testing, and I can't see any other logical question to deal with that under, so if you could indulge me to deal with that now, and then I promise I won't say anything else for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, as long as you can keep to that promise, Mr. Parkinson, that will be fine.
Well, as with all promises, you know, if there's a change in circumstances, as we've heard, you might need to revisit it. But I mean, in terms of the scenario testing, we completely agree with you that the issue here, as with all buffers and trajectories, is one of timing, and that's why we've asked for the scenario testing and why we can't really get into any more detail as we currently are without it. In terms of what that needs to cover from our point of view, I completely see what is said about 2024 as being a sort of, so I'm just trying to get it up in the trajectory, as being a crunch point in the plan, because that's when the 5-year supply doesn't rely on existing permissions, but does rely on local housing allocations before the strategic sites come on stream. So that's the key point. I put the case this morning on the basis that you could remove all of the greenbelt, the growth village greenbelt sites, and still have a rolling 5-year housing land supply, and still have a 5-year housing land supply in the early point of the period. I think it was said that the position there would be close, or there'd be a narrow miss, and we'll wait to see the calculations. But even if you don't remove all of the growth village sites, it is important to know how many growth village allocations need to be released to deliver a 5-year housing land supply in the early years of the plan. Because of course, this isn't a all or nothing question. It's not a question of you either keep all of the growth villages or remove all of them. Exceptional circumstances need to be justified for each of the sites released. And it may well be that some, but not all growth village sites are needed in 2024, meaning that those that deliver for the first time in that year could be removed. And the second point is, whatever the situation in 2024, that's not the end of the matter, because there are significant greenbelt releases from the growth villages proposed at the end part of the plan. And I gave the examples of Wymondley, 300 units, and the Nebworth sites, 384 units. And it would be very useful if the council scenarios could deal with those latter years too, because whatever the position in the early years, and even if the growth village sites that deliver then are needed, it's fairly clear to us that the growth village allocations that come on stream towards the end of the plan aren't needed to maintain a rolling 5-year housing land supply. But again, we'll wait and see what the calculations and the scenarios from the council, what they come back and show. So I hope that's helpful in indicating what sorts of issues we'd like those to see, and hopefully you can see why we're saying that.
Yeah, what I haven't done ahead of these hearings is to look at, because you do have a detailed breakdown, don't you, of site by site and when they'll deliver, and I haven't done a sort of detailed breakdown of which ones are the growth villages and what would happen if. And I think that's pretty much the exercise that I'm asking that the council to do. I think. For perhaps obvious reasons, that needs to be a relatively sort of robust exercise. Otherwise, Mr. Parkinson will no doubt be jumping up and down if it isn't.
Understood. We can set out several scenarios in there. So as Ms. Parkinson suggests, we can do you one which takes out all the growth villages and then various permutations. Now, yes, of course, there's a limit to how many we'll do, and no doubt we'll be criticised for one of them. But
no, there won't be unnecessary, unwarranted criticism. I guess what it comes down to is knowing what's the cutoff point, what's the threshold, what's the tipping point at which you drop off 5 years, and what sites can be kept and avoid reaching that tipping point at different years in the plan. That from our point of view, as long as the scenarios show that, there'll be absolutely no criticism at all of the scenarios. There might be follow-on questions about the implications, but no criticism of the scenarios.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Parkinson did mention that exceptional circumstances need to be justified. And correct me if I've got this wrong, Mr. Parkinson, not just on a sort of strategic sort of basis, but also on a site-by-site basis as well.
So absolutely, and the case law shows that, and the approach taken by inspectors shows that, which is why, it is only one example, but poor old, is it IC1, the 9 units right at the end of the plan period, which Mr. Smith sort of said, well, it's only 9 units. Well, that's 9 units that are in the green belt that won't be in the green belt anymore and do need to be justified. So that's why we do need to look at individual sites, and it's a sort of broad brush, well, it's it's broadly okay, doesn't work. So I completely endorse that. Or that's certainly an accurate summary of what I said.
And if it helps, if we can take our minds back as far as the previous hearings, you might recall, I think I said this anyway, that's the approach that I have taken, a kind of 2-step approach to exceptional circumstances. And I think you need to have that in the forefront of your mind in undertaking this exercise.
Yes, understood.
I'm very sorry. Did you say something then, Mr. Smith? I didn't catch it if you did.
I said yes, understood. So.
Oh, okay, right. Good. Thank you. Right. Sorry, Mr. Parkinson. Did I interrupt you? I can't remember now.
No. So that was it. I just wanted to. I mean, you put the point that I was in a long-winded and rambling way trying to say that it needs to look at this on a site-by-site basis, because site-by-site is the test as well. But I think that's been understood by all. So I've got nothing more to say on what the scenarios should show.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sananda.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the council in many ways and agree with the idea of shifting the delivery back, because until the building regulations actually start to deliver zero carbon homes, we're quite happy to try and delay the house building until we can get some climate change tackled. So I just thought I'd mention that as a transition town. Any plug to try and get the building regulations up to scratch would be great. What isn't there in the supply thing for me, and it's not been explained, is what happens with this excess of houses on the strategic sites being delivered after 2031 that are sort of in the plan. Does that mean we have permission to hand over that green belt, or are they coming out of the plan because they're not now being delivered in the plan period? And to me, this is quite important, because every sort of piece of that green belt is important, and even if we can only save a proportion of it, it's worth saving. So I would still like to see the Luton 615, I think it is, and the North Herts 1,825. What happens with them? You know, are you going to take them out of the strategic sites and they're all going to be reduced? I'd just like to understand the state of that.
Well, okay, if I can just ask you to pause for a moment. In asking that, you are taking me away from the issue that I'm currently on and back to the one that I was on previously.
Right.
But I'll maybe ask for a very brief reply on that from Mr. Smith, but I am not for going back.
No, I don't want to go back. Nobody's clarified this in any way all the way along. And the plan to me should end in 31. I just want to understand the status, whether that means they've got planning permission or not, if they get into this plan.
If what, sorry?
If they continue to exist in these plans, to be that size in a plan, will that mean that they've then got permission to dig up that green field? It's gone from the green belt. That's what I'm trying to understand. If that land has gone from the green belt, then.
Right. Well, I mean, the council has not proposed to reduce the size of any of the sites. So therefore, the council does propose delivery on sites allocated in this plan, delivery after the end of the plan period.
Okay, that's just okay. So although we're looking at a 5-year supply, that ultimately our 5-year supply beyond 31 will be coming from some of these sites still, not from a new town, unless revisiting of the thing in 2023. I mean, to me, it's about saving the green belt, and if it ends up in the supply by accident on this plan, just sort of extending now because it's delayed, do we forever lose that chance to save them, even if they decide strategically going forward it's a new town required?
If they remain at the current size in this plan, then in effect, yes, you do lose that opportunity.
Okay.
I imagine that the logic would be that whatever delivery remains anticipated on those sites at the point of the plan's review would be housing numbers that would go into the supply when the council is reviewing the plan. Council, I am sure, wouldn't forget or ignore the fact that there are these sites where delivery is anticipated at that point.
It just has this feeling. I mean, listening to what's gone on today, prior to the plan even being built, we've got a lot of housing developers, you know, clearly with very strong cases now to carry on sites. So actually, if you start the process off, it seems very difficult from watching the last few days to ever save a site once it's, you know, down the line. That's my concern with it, which is why I raise it, and I'm concerned about it. I suppose my only other comment in terms of the 5-year supply is it's a very large number of houses. I mean, if we look back in history, the most we did at the start, when probably there was more releasable sites, was 530, 540. Is it still a rather risky plan? You know, because we've gone for all the sort of upper case scenarios, it just strikes me that this council's just putting itself at continual risk. And whilst they're at risk, that means lots of their resources now bogged in just planning, house planning all the time, rather than actually meeting the needs of their constituencies in other ways. So I don't want to see a risky plan in terms of housing supply. And it just strikes me that, you know, by going for all the high scenarios rather than dropping further, as we could, you know, they could have proposed with the OAN, we're just leaving ourselves with a council that's going to continually have its time bogged into explaining to the government why it can't meet its 5-year housing supply, rather than actually working on important issues for the people of North Herts. So my concern is, and it's all back to the start, it's all interlinked, but to me, when I look at those housing supply figures, I just see risk all the way through, and that's because they won't look at the OAN and those things. And the master plans as well, we've got to go through master planning. Transport issues still aren't resolved, you know, and on quite a lot of the strategic sites, because they're not in sustainable locations. I can imagine some of this stuff getting more and more delayed, which adds to the risk of this thing actually going through, because they're not good sites. So I just like to share my thoughts that actually, because of problems with the plan, it's a highly risky 5-year supply, you know, even with. But we do congratulate them on backloading it, and we really hope we're in zero carbon homes by then. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Member. Mr. Bolton.
Yes, thank you. Just because we agreed with the maths of the council, it doesn't mean that we agreed with the assumptions behind the maths. And in particular, paragraph 3.7 of our submission makes it clear that with only a minor adjustment, which we think is just picking up some of the points on Lichfield's start to finish and applying them in what we think is the correct way, would actually reduce the trajectory by shifting back a number of the strategic sites, so that the forecast for the planned period would only be 1.8% over the requirement, and that's set out in paragraph 3.7 of our response to this. The next point, that's put to you by Mr. Parkinson, who suggested Wymondley would deliver 300 at the end of the planned period. Looking at the council's trajectory, where it has Wymondley contributing in 2004/2005, so that's 4 years from today. I accept that in his interpretation, that might be the back end of the plan period. It does tend to show how ridiculously short the plan period is. To me, it puts it clearly and squarely within the 5-year land supply, and would suggest that if this wasn't provided, then something else would need to be put in its place. Thirdly, the suggestion that one takes out all the smaller, easier to deliver sites with less infrastructure requirement, less lead-in times, and basically fewer issues, fewer technical problems to overcome, and take all those out, so you're left relying on larger sites, fewer larger sites to come forward on average, as they're shown to come through in the rest of the country, then that is, I think, as one of the previous commentators put it, a very risky plan. it becomes even more risky when one realises that the actual policy requirement at this point in time for the district is over 900 dwellings per annum. So a hugely risky plan if you start taking the more readily deliverable smaller sites out at this stage, especially when one comes to the last point, which is, well, let's put everything further into the future, because one assumes that the people who would like to occupy these houses can just wait around on their mum's sofas and stuff like that before forming a household. We can put those back for another decade, and it will be another decade. If one looks at the lead-in times for large new settlements, very few deliver within a decade of being identified, mainly because many have different landowners that you have to pull together. They have to go through the complete development plan process, and whether that will be complete, if you like. I mean, for a new settlement to come online, one really needs to be at examination now with it. If you're looking at it to come online at 2031, that's not the case. So the suggestion that, you know, everything can be put back to a review that will allocate a new settlement, which itself will not have challenges to it. We will not be seeing local residents objecting to it, suggesting that there's reasonable alternatives, and it being subject to a plan examination such as this, I think is optimistic, I think is the word I'll use, to be kind. So yes, you are being encouraged more and more to take a riskier and riskier approach to plan making here, sir. I would encourage you to look at the trajectory, look in detail at what makes the trajectory. We consider that a range of sites is the appropriate way forward. And not only a range of sites in terms of location, but a range of sites in terms of size as well. And take into account what developers are saying to you in terms of how fast they think it can deliver, but also taking a fairly weathered eye at some of those statements, especially when one considers the size of the individual sites and the infrastructure required to deliver them. That's not to say the demand isn't there. It's not to say that they won't get delivered. It's just to say that what the council have done generally has been an approach which is looking at strategic and small and medium sites. And that is one that, if one looks around the country where delivery has been accelerated, that general type of approach has been successful. The reliance on single or fewer larger sites tends to be the higher risk approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Aspinall.
Yes, I agree with what Mr. Bolton has just said about the small sites. Small sites added up produces a number that is really helping the 5-year house land supply. I'd like to ask where the sites in the villages for growth have originated from, because, you know, have they come from SLA, or have they just been picked out of the air with a pin? Now, I think that the council have shot themselves in the foot right at the beginning of our examination, because first of all, there was a clause in the plan that allowed land adjacent to towns that could be given an opportunity to apply for a building. And some of us took the view that land adjacent to category A villages should also have the same opportunity. but the council in its wisdom took out the town in order to avoid the villages. Now, I think that Mr. Barclay perhaps should understand that when planning permission is applied in the villages, there's a hell of a test of getting it through. It's not the presumption in favour. The NIMBY crowd then start their campaign, and it doesn't just slide through. It takes perhaps 2 years for it to happen. And then at the end of that, there are some atrocious conditions put on that make it very difficult for those developers to consider their position. They perhaps even get to the stage where they walk away because they realize that the cost is prohibitive in terms of their margin of profit. So small units perhaps don't even come into the picture. And that's why when we look at the category A villages, which Mr. Smith is implying that this is the feeder of the 5-year houseland supply, he needs to talk to the planners and get them to start cutting down on the number of conditions that are put in that prevent the whole process from drying up. Remember, of course, that anybody who's building a house has to find money, and that money is either borrowed or it comes from savings or something like that. So I would suggest to you that they've shot themselves in the foot in terms of the ability of a number of sites that were not taken into consideration under SLA and still aren't taken into consideration, and there's no means whereby those landowners and developers can come forward and make suggestions about small developments. I'm talking about 30 houses, 40 houses and such. I mean, we've got one here that I'm looking at now, which is in effect free land. It belongs to the Hertfordshire County Council. And yet the opposition to any building on it, including 5 houses, is so great that it's a task for any developer to pursue it. Next thing we'll have is that they have to do a full archaeological dig on the whole 11 acres, even when they're building 5 houses. So the conditions side needs to be really examined if we're going to get this question of the five-year houseland supply. I think, you know, when we look at the old subject of availability, achievability and sustainability, I'm not sure if the council fully understand how those can happen. But with new building rules that are coming out, that might be pursued. Now, I don't know if you want me to discuss the subject of the Liverpool system now, and then I needn't come back to it, or are you going to come back to that in general?
No, that's fine. I'll take that now.
Okay. Well, my concern about taking the Liverpool scheme is that you're kicking the bricks down the road to the end of the 10-year plan. And what you need to be doing is building houses now. And Mrs. Hamilton referred to the point earlier on. Why don't we get on with building houses now? Well, you can't get on with building houses now because there's so much uncertainty in North Hertfordshire of builders who look round and think North Hertfordshire is not a place where they're going to start spending their money building houses. It's so difficult to get it through. So if you change that line, why should they wait for 5 years before they can start developing their piece of land? You need to have a policy which is the Sedgefield hybrided, whereby developers, individual people can start building their houses now on a fast track without massive awkward conditions to get this 5-year house land supply sorted out. As I repeat myself, 30, 40 houses times 10 is 400 houses. And that can be accommodated in many places within North Hertfordshire. I think that the 20% buffer is needed. I say no more than that. I think that the council very, very seriously need to look round at the availability of land that fulfills the availability, achievable and sustainable criteria. And they're not going to do that because they think they can kick it down the road for 5 years. They need to be doing it now, and they need to come forward very, very quickly to you and saying we have X number of houses that can be put through on the process. So my summing up is that I'm not sure where the Villages for Growth have got their sites from. I'm convinced that some of the villages will be difficult to build in because of the NIMBY brigade that exists in most of them. But that's going to be taken on next year, I'll tell you. Government are going to take the NIMBYs on. And the fast track process will come about. But if we haven't put in to this local plan a very determined approach to the building of houses now, as against in 5 years' time, it's not going to happen, because those persons that are opposed to building houses will think that they can put it off for 5 years. And they will succeed because the local plan doesn't give them an opportunity to get on with building these houses. And I'm picking up Mrs. Hamilton saying, let's get on with it now and build houses. That's what she said. We've got the opportunity to do that. And leave it and leave it and leave it just kicks the bricks down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aspinall. Ms. Hamilton.
Okay, maybe I sort of said that in a roundabout sort of way. Please bear with me. I don't even know what question we're on, because we've all sort of we seem to have gone all over the place. I don't think any of the people that have just spoken, I don't know if we're anywhere near your question that you had. So I do apologise. So basically, I don't know if I said let's build now. I said we need to build in the right places. I still think we need a really low buffer and an early review. That was my summing up. In response to Mr. Aspinall, I don't think it's a fact that developers don't want to build in North Herts. The trouble with developers, and I'll be blunt. I was blunt in the CBC hearings. I'll be blunt now. What developers want is to build nice big houses that are worth a lot of money, and they do not want to build affordable housing. It's as simple as that. And we have seen time and time again, like I said before, we've seen developments that started off with 30% affordable housing has been squished to 4%. So that's the issue with developers. It's not a case that they don't want to build because they have a long time getting it through. We've got building work going up all over Stevenage at the moment. I've never seen, we've got building here, there and everywhere. That there's building going up in a lot of areas in Hertfordshire. I've lost track of the amount of developments going up around Stevenage. So I don't think that's quite the case. So in reply to Mr. Bolton, people waiting around on their mum's sofas for 10 years waiting to buy a house in North Herts, don't think that's quite the case either, because people hanging around on their mum's sofas wouldn't be able to afford a house here. And it doesn't matter how many houses we build, you can build 1 million homes, and the long and short of it is you will have people that are very wealthy buying up the houses, private renting them and turning them into the communal houses, like with about 5 different people living in them. So that's that one thrown out. I agree with Miss Sonanda in the fact that certain of these sites have got issues regarding sustainability, transport or roadways or what have you. So in regards to going down the page on this page to Mr. Parker's point and growth for villages, I agree with what a few people have said, that it would have to be, if this was reduced down and the buffer was reduced right back down, and we have an early review and then look at the land on the safeguarded land and look at more size. If that was to happen, it would have to be a site-by-site basis, because you've got some villages and some residents would be more than happy to have a few more houses and maybe a shop or something like that. And I know this is not just something I've dreamed off the top of my head, because when I went round and I surveyed every single site in the Central Beds Plan, the East Herts Plan, the Stevenage Plan, the North Herts Plan, I also talked to residents and see how they feel. And there has been a number of sites where people aren't averse to having building, etc. But all the sites are different. So you might have some villages for growth sites whose land is only offering a limited contribution to Greenbelt, and it doesn't have environmental constraints, and it's not as controversial as maybe one of the strategic sites. So we would have to consider site by site. Now, sort of going back to what I think your question might have been about before all this last however long we've been talking, this is what I've got. This is sort of in regards to NHDC's calculations and 5-year plans and things. I'll just come out with this and then I'll shut up and won't say anything else. Okay, so I had down in the 2016 plan that 4,340 dwellings have been either completed or permissions achieved. And yet, as Mr. Smith said, it shows in ED 191 that 2,814 dwellings have been built. So that means that sort of like there's still quite a number that either haven't been built, which raises the question why, or that have had permissions and now have them permissions been taken away, or what's gone on with them. In relation to that, I'm wondering, is there sort of a register that shows in one place, that shows like a brownfield register, just to show sort of like which dwellings have been built and which dwellings have been given permissions but not been built? And then, you know, is there a sort of situation where there's a register of things that are now being approved? So like I said the other day, or whatever day it was, I've seen a number of planning applications, and a lot of them have got the LP codes, which obviously link up to the local plan, but some that are windfall sites and others haven't. And we're talking about 116 dwellings, 90 dwellings that haven't got any little codes. So my question is, are these now being incorporated into the local plan numbers if they are outside the plan? Because if not, why not? Because surely they should be. I'm talking about sites that are on like underutilized sites or brownfield sites, such as the college in Hitchin, say, for instance, which is 116 dwellings. I can't see any mention of whether that's local plan, 5-year plan. It doesn't look like it's anything. So is that being incorporated? And then that way, you know, and then...
Forgive me, I might just be able to help you there. If you look at the council's paper ED 191B, I don't know if you've got that to hand or not. But
I have.
Yeah, if you look at the colourful charts that's very near the end, the bar chart, which is the trajectory, and it shows the components of the supply.
Bar chart.
Yeah, there's one that's all blue, but then another one over the page that's a bit more colourful.
Oh, okay. Am I on page 15, I think, maybe, or 14?
Page 14 it is, yeah.
Right, okie dokie. Yes.
So that includes in there two things which ought to encompass the stuff that you're just talking about.
Yes.
So you have their permissions with a red bar.
Yes.
And so those are sites that have planning permission but haven't been completed, haven't been built out yet.
Yeah.
And the other thing that you have that might be relevant to what you're talking about is the orange, the windfall, which is shown by orange on the chart. So some of the sites that you're talking about, there
Are
may
included in there.
may well be different type of windfall sites. Yeah.
And
So
are they being now included into the local plan figures?
well, they're included in the figures. Then they don't become local plan proposed allocations, but they're picked up by the council as part of their supply figures. At least Mr. Smith will hope that he's captured everything, because he's as desperate. He's rather desperate to get everything he possibly can into these figures. So it's in his own interest to have picked those up.
Because I was going to say, it's very difficult to deduce. If you're seeing like planning applications for 116, like on the Hitchin College site, I used to go there, so I know of it well, you know, and there's no thing code. You know, you think, well, you've only got to have 5 of sites like this, and then that's like 500,000. And it's very hard to deduce by not knowing where to look and seeing those, or seeing a list of those, whether they're being incorporated and whether these figures are right. So it's hard for us to sort of say, oh yes, we think they're right. Of course we do think they're probably right, because they're the council and they're their figures, but you know, it's,
as I say, in this case, it's in the council's own interest to have picked up all of those.
okay, thank you, that's all I need to say. I think I've got lost, so if I've waffled, I apologize.
No, not at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got 3 people currently indicating. What I'm going to do, though, before turning to Ms. Pears in the first instance, is to take a break. I make it now 3:20. I adjourn the hearing to resume at 3:45. Thank you. Okay, it is now 1:45, and so I resume the hearing. Yeah, just a heads up for everyone. I'm not prepared to sit beyond 5 o'clock today. That's not to say that we need to still be here at 5 o'clock, but I really don't want to sit beyond then. I don't see that there should be any particular need for us to use any additional reserve time either. So hopefully that will focus minds on the need to be concise. As Ms. Hamilton yes, did point out, she wasn't quite sure where we are on the agenda. Almost lost track myself, but not quite. We are on issue 22.2. We didn't get off to a good start because I let Mr. Parkinson immediately swerve slightly off-piste. That seems, frankly, from my perspective, to be working okay. So I think now I'm happy to, I mean, the council's already set out its position, which I think pretty much, if not entirely, covers all of the issues from A through to D. So I am content now to open up comments on all of those questions under issue 22.2. So first of all, then I have Ms. Pears.
I've listened to Nigel Smith talk about how the Greenbelt sites are critical. But my comment to the planning inspector is that if Nigel Smith is using the highest variant to say that those Greenbelt sites are all critical, if you as a planning inspector wish to look at, for instance, an OAN of 5,000, you'd see that it isn't necessarily critical for those Greenbelt sites to be kept in the local plan. If you use the lower migration variant or the principal variant, those sites are not necessarily critical.
Yeah, if it helps, that's right, and I don't think that the council would disagree that if I reached a different conclusion to the council in relation to the OAN figure, then that would have implications for the supply.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pears. Ms. Cottier.
Thank you. Sorry, my camera isn't working again.
That's fine.
Yeah, if lower OAN figures would have implications for the supply, would the windfall sites or any other large sites of a, well, any number really, when all added together, also have implications for the supply? I know we're not supposed to actually be asking and answering questions right now, but I'll just say that I think it should have implications for the supply, because it is a supply, and any additional sites that are either safeguarded or additional sites that are not in the plans to have safeguarded but are land that is held in either old SHLAs or updated SHLAs, such as the extra 107 Luton sites that have been added to the latest SHLA, which was not in the earlier one. Yeah, the earlier one was a lot shorter than the more recent one. I'm looking at the detail in it, and it's telling us things like whether or not it has permission already granted, the number of net dwellings, well, the range, the lower versus the higher likely range of net dwellings. The site I'm looking at the moment is Napier Park and has permissions, and that site is in the local plan, but only as an uncertainty. If you recall yesterday's point that I made, the lower 8-point-K figure of capacity had a caveat attached to it that there was some uncertainty about the Napier Park site. And I'm now looking at their updated SHLA, which gives the range of housing for that site from net dwellings 1,268 to 1,395, with also a note that other parts of the site have existent planning permission also, and it's fully permissioned and already passed, and that's in the SHLA under the number 1 SHLA 191 Napier Park, Kimpton Road. And so there's this SHLA that has grown. Well, I suppose I'm pleased to see that it's grown by 107 new brownfield sites since the local plan was examined in 2017, and they were using the earlier SHLA, which I also have a copy of, and that's why I can compare the two and say that there are 107 extra sites in the latest. But seeing as that site specifically it is written into the currently adopted local plan as the reason for the uncertainty over the higher versus the lower capacity, I draw that to everyone's attention at this point, because it is a concrete document, and this is from the COTIA appendices, so there is a copy I've already provided. But that's the one I'm talking about now, simply because of its large size. It's 24.5 hectares. So there are other large ones in here as well, which I might go into in more detail when we're actually discussing perhaps Luton and why I think these are better options. And one other thing I would like to talk about, no, actually there's two other things. The second thing I'd like to talk about is we've spoken about affordability. So we've already established that the East of Luton sites are for the unmet need that they are claiming exists, which I am radically disputing exists in Luton. But going along with that this is for the Luton unmet need, it's for mostly affordable housing that's required for what is considered affordable housing in Luton. For the demographic that we have in Luton, if we take a demographic snapshot to looking at what the population components are, we can see that in order to be considered affordable for the population that requires it in Luton, it would most likely fit within something they could manage to buy if it was in the sites that were in Luton town itself or in the undeveloped brownfield sites, which they have earmarked for development or do have existing planning permissions on them. And this fits the criteria in terms of the price range, because the housing that is going to be delivered just across the border, as soon as you put that property just across the border, you automatically have to add on about 100,000 to a 3-bed place onto its price. And that certainly falls outside the price range of the people that are seeking affordable housing in Luton. They cannot afford that. So it's not affordable by the fact that the price bracket in Luton is £100,000 per property, approximately, on a general 3-bed, lower price than if it were in North Herts. You could literally take the house I'm sitting on, move it across the border, and I would gain 100 grand on the price, but I'm sitting on the other side of the border. But the point being that if they're looking for, one of the unmet need issues for Luton is we have a shortage of affordable housing. Well, places like Napier Park are going to be affordable for the people that need them, as are the type of housing that can be delivered on the Hayward Tyler site, which is an extra site in addition to the local plan. So right there between the two of them, Napier Park and Hayward Tyler, we've produced 2,500 dwellings that have permission, exist, and are owned within the Luton boundary, but are not considered in the total. So is this going to be part of the supply? I think it is a supply. It's a viable oxygen supply. Why would we choose not to consider it as a supply? It is a supply. Hence, why do we have an unmet need when it's bigger than the number that they say, it's larger than the number that they say is a deficit? We don't have a deficit. In fact, we should be helping with this, and I've said this in my statements, and everybody smiles wryly when I say it, but we actually could be helping North Herts' need, because we don't have an unmet need here. And I can produce the evidence, and I really, really hope that all that we're talking about, we are going to be given the opportunity to collectively perhaps produce something that may not be a full HELAR, but at least resembles some type of inventory or register that we can all look at in a transparent way and see everything that is on the table. Not that somebody's pocketing a large development, keeping it behind them in the back pocket and saying, oh no, it's not there, it's not behind. We're saying it's behind you, can't you see it? No, I can't see it, it's not there. It is there, and we're producing the documentation right now, but whether there's going to be a disconnect between that documentation and the final acknowledgement that it exists, I can't really have any power over that other than to keep harping on about it and trying to get something to put in writing. I mean, I've put the appendices in, and that's under statements, but if the councils involved are not acknowledging that the entries in those appendices are truly part of the supply, then my efforts are really doomed to fail. However, if they can honestly acknowledge the land that is truly there and count it up and relate it to dwelling numbers, I think we'll see we have a large supply right now. We don't need the East of Luton sites for that. So, and the last point that I'm going to make, and this will be the last point for the day, I'm sure, is that it was brought to my, this is relating to North Hertfordshire, it was brought to my attention that there is such a thing called safeguarded land that is due to be looked at in 2026. And I'm sure there are other sites like this. And they're mentioned in they're spoken of in SP8 of the Herts plan. And there's a site west of the A1 in Stevenage that's apparently got 3,100 dwelling capacity. And it's safeguarded until 2026, when it would possibly be able to be looked at again, which is of course within the plan period and also within the review period. So if we were looking for the maybe land, the land in the maybe we might need it category, wouldn't we be looking for earmarked sites or safeguarded sites that were not the green belt or were available that perhaps why do they even have to be, for example, in North Herts? If we have a lot of empty commercial properties all over Luton, the 16,000 I've given you in an Excel document, with it's so detailed, you've even got the grid reference codes. I mean, it's that level of detail, along with the addresses. And why are we not looking to exploit and use those as the maybe land that we might leave? And they are deliverable because of the changes that have been put into place by the government recently, where empty commercial property along with brownfield sites are being encouraged to be used. Otherwise, they're laying dead in the town centres. So regeneration is the latest buzzword at the moment. Everybody should be regenerating because of the climate change implications that the development of already existing properties, the regeneration of already existing properties is by far the lower carbon producing option compared to digging up fresh, green, beautiful trees and lands and etc. So that's what I want to say. Why are we including in the supply the safeguarded land as well? Because they've obviously put it in, so it's there. That falls within the plan period. Anyway, I'm feeling pretty tired now, so I'm probably just going to listen in for the rest of it.
Thank you, Ms. Cotier.
Thank you.
Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll keep my point quite short and limited just to the 20% buffer question. We'd like to confirm our support of such a use by council. Paragraph 47 of the NPPF 2012 is clear that it should be applied where there was a record of persistent under delivery, and I think that's been noted through proceedings already today. And I believe Mr. Smith noted that the current 5-year land supply in North Hertfordshire is amongst the 10 worst in the country. Whilst I appreciate the examination is underneath NPPF 2012, 2019 version does provide some useful context on similar wording. So within paragraph 73,
how useful is that for a transitional plan like this?
In what sense, sorry?
Well, how useful is the 2019 NPPF to a plan that's being examined under the 2012 NPPF?
I think it just provides some similar wording. So it's just to make the point, I think, within paragraph 73, it does use the term under delivery again. And it does then relate to footnote 39, which talks about 20% buffer being applicable when it falls below the 85% threshold for 5-year land supply. So it's just to provide a contextual point, I believe, more than anything. But I don't feel that the under delivery is up for dispute necessarily throughout today, and I think it's probably something that's been acknowledged by most parties.
It's certainly not disputed by the council.
Yeah, I think that's the only point we wanted to make on that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bolton.
Thank you, sir. And if I can go through my points on the rest of this matter. In terms of point B, we agree with what's just being said. Evidence on persistent under delivery is set out in the evidence produced by the council, also in our evidence, paragraph 3.14. There's been a 48% under delivery in the decade or the 9 years from 2011. That is clearly persistent under delivery and requires a 20% buffer. To pick up the point about the 2019 MPPF, it is of course correct that any appeal heard after the adoption of the plan, even if it's on the day after, will be heard against the 5-year housing land requirements and the policies within the 2019 MPPF. And therefore, no matter, to some extent, no matter how you calculate it in this plan, it will be recalculated according to the requirements of the policy at the time. The thing that will remain the same, obviously, for 5 years at the present time, will be the housing requirement. And moving on to that, moving on to point C, the 3-stepped approach being proposed by the council. Your question is quite simple. If not, why not? The question should, I think, be how is this justified? Because if one looks at the guidance is quite clear that this should be met in the first 5 years where possible. Now,
I'm not sure if you're criticising my question there, but I am asking if it's the most appropriate method, which is tantamount.
Yeah, I was probably quite. I was basically, yes, not criticising the question, just rephrasing the question in the way I think it makes it makes clarification, if you like, that it is for the council to justify the approach they've adopted. And there's an appeal decision by Inspector Cullingford that we've used on a number of occasions, partly because it is one that at least has gone through the Secretary of State once, with regard to Liverpool versus Sedgefield. and that is, the appeal decision is 3141228, and it's 29 Churchview along Horsley. And in paragraph 25, Inspector Cullingworth actually sets this out in quite a clear way. He talks about, firstly, he says the guidance is clear. It requires the undersupply to be dealt with within the first 5 years where possible. He says where possible is open to investigation in terms of what it means. And he says it must mean more than just difficult. And the reasons he says that is that the whole point of the exercise is to boost the supply of housing significantly and to encourage a proactive approach in identifying others to meet specified requirements. Moreover, he says, where the shortfall, the guidance, and this is important, the guidance says where the shortfall cannot be met in the first 5 years, the local authorities will need to work with neighbouring authorities under the duty to cooperate. That's quite a severe test, he says. Now, firstly, I suppose, before one does anything here, one has to go back and look at the duty to cooperate, albeit that was looked at some time ago, and say, well, was that issue about trying to meet 5-year land supply by talking to the other authorities? Did they have sites that could come forward to meet the shortfall? Has that been undertaken? Because if it has not, then one could legitimately, under the old guidance, say that the criteria to step away from the Sedgefield approach has not been met.
Forgive me, Mr. Bolton, just on that point, as I recall, there wasn't a three-step approach when the plan was submitted.
That was my understanding too.
Yeah, and we know, don't we, that the duty to cooperate is a duty that relates to the plan preparation up to submission. So I'm wondering whether it would have been possible under the duty to cooperate for the council to have explored that avenue with neighbours.
Well, I think it may not have been at that point, but the guidance still remains the guidance. If it hasn't been, then it calls into question whether the plan is sound. So, I mean, that's the first point, isn't it? It's not in accordance with this guidance. It might have been at the time of submission, but it certainly isn't now. However, I think there's another couple of points which are worth mentioning from Mr. Cullingford's decision, because it does, I think, highlight where one is with this. He says that the move towards Liverpool can't be just because the step change in delivery is not expected till later, in that the sites that have been chosen have had a long lead-in time. And therefore, he says the Liverpool approach doesn't exist, if you like, to simply sidestep the 5-year requirement. And the question, therefore, is would it be relatively simple to choose other sites or additional sites in order to meet the 5-year land supply? And I think there's two things one can do here. One can look at some of the allocated sites and say, can they be brought forward? And we certainly think some of them could come forward a little faster, with working with the council in terms of getting planning applications in and pre-apps started now. That's certainly a way one could speed it up. And of course, one could look at additional allocations. So I think when one looks at is a three-step approach justified, it is to an extent, and I think the council have been fairly honest with this, it's a mathematical approach they've taken in order that they get a 5-year supply. It's nothing more than that. It's simply gerrymongering the figures into a 5-year land supply. And that can't be the purpose, can't have been the intention in 2012 in that framework. And it certainly isn't in the framework now. So I think one should have a look at that, especially when they're caused by people to start removing some of these smaller sites. That would be flagrantly inappropriate in this situation, because when one looks at the marginal 5-year land supply, it's only marginal because of both the stepped approach and the Liverpool approach that has been taken, and none of them, I think, or neither of them, are really supported by policy. So, moving on, the other approaches we would suggest would be the approach whereby you just use what we would say isn't the highest requirement, but it's the lowest requirement one can look at, taking it forward, but taking that forward on a pro rata basis across the whole of the plan period. And in terms of what one can do, part D, I've already told you that. I think one could look at certainly speeding up the delivery of some of the smaller sites that have been identified within the plan, and potentially allocating additional sites that could be delivered more quickly. And very lastly, Ms. Hamilton was pointed out, I think correctly, that what happens in this area is that there is such high demand that there is the potential for people to buy houses and then rent them out in multiple occupation. And that's exactly what we've said in our Matter 1 submission. And figure 1 of that actually shows why, or how the lower projections that a lot of the objectives to the plan are relying upon, it shows quite a steep increase, if you like, in that type of household formation. We don't think that's an appropriate way to plan forward. We think people should be allowed and provision should be made for them to form their own households without having to form, if like, HMOs or houses of unrelated people living together. And for these reasons, we've got to recall, when one's looking at this, that the actual up-to-date policy requirement at the present time from the government is that of the standard method, which is over 900 dwellings. Now, what you seem to be encouraged to do is to ignore that and to look at what's happened in the past and possibly what might happen in the future. And that simply doesn't seem to play well in terms of the 2012 MPPF paragraph 14A, which talks about flexibility. You cannot have a flexible plan which simply ignores the present reality. And that's what you're being asked to do. The flexibility of the plan must at least have an acknowledgement of what the present policy requirement is. It would be illogical not to. And therefore, when one looks at issues such as a 5-year land supply and how one considers calculating that, I think you need to be slightly more robust than the council. And I think you ought to pressure them, not only to bring their allocations forward, but to also possibly look at whether there's any others in the list that they can add that can provide an early delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you, sir. Just some brief points on the whole of this section. First point is it all does depend on a lower OAN, so I won't go any further on that. We made that point very clearly yesterday. We do support scenario testing. One question I would have, when is that going to happen? And when it has happened, do all the representors here have a chance to look at it and comment upon it?
My apologies, Mr. Griffiths, I didn't catch that. Could you just say that again?
The scenario testing, when is it going to happen? And do all the representors here, are they going to have a chance to look at it and comment on it, perhaps? Similarly with the statements of common ground, both for Luton and for North Hertfordshire. Can you answer that now, or do you want me to move on?
There will be an opportunity.
Thank you very much.
In due course. By the scenario testing, you're talking about, aren't you, the how can I put it? Yes, what happens to the 5-year housing land supply if you were to remove some sites that we were talking
That's
about?
right, and Mr. Smith has offered that, and I like that. And then a point about master planning, I certainly support that, and that might be a modification that could go into the plan policies. And certainly Mr. Smith has been advised by other authorities. I would refer you to a specific policy in the East Hertfordshire local plan. All the major sites there are subject to master planning, and other authorities have done it by supplementary planning documents. But if these come forward prior to planning application stages, then that does give an opportunity for communities to get involved in the discussion of the design of sites, and that might alleviate some of the concerns that Mr. Bolton has about speed of delivery.
Just one point from me on that, Mr. Griffiths. Yeah, on the master planning point. So yeah, the requirement for master plans is currently set out in various related policies, the strategic site policies. I'm not clear what the council has in its mind for a modification to that, but either way, it sounds like that would be a main modification that would be consulted.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Smith is nodding. And the fourth point was really about the contribution of neighbourhood plans. I've made this point before that I don't believe that North Hertfordshire Council has a particularly proactive approach to neighbourhood plans, and I believe that neighbourhood plans can help to deliver smaller sites in villages and rural areas. So I'd like more acknowledgement of the role of neighbourhood plans and maybe what they could provide. And then we come on to this business of the 20% buffer, and we've heard about the performance of North Hertfordshire in delivery over the last decade. We are working, of course, under the requirements of the 2012 NPPF. Reluctantly, I have to agree that maybe that now that we've got the requirement of the housing delivery test thrown in as well, plus the requirement for a brownfield register, it's going to be very difficult for us to disagree that with this 20% buffer. But I think those two things need to be brought forward. And then there's been a discussion, hasn't there, this afternoon about the contribution of windfall sites, and I think you particularly asked a question of the council following matter 4, and in ED 140, I think you had some answers to that, and we've just got a few comments to make on that, and I think in the appendix M4-2 to ED 140, it seems to us that supply is coming forward at 7% above the required rate in ED 3. That's in paragraph 12 of ED 140. So I think things may be a bit more optimistic on the windfall projections. And then we've got small sites, paragraphs 25 to 27, are indicating a higher number of dwellings coming forward, averaging 64 dwellings per annum. And then paragraph 34 in there notes that there is no evidence that small sites will not be a reliable source to 2031. So maybe small sites could deliver more than is stated in the windfall assumption in the plan. Then it goes on to look at large sites. It's assuming that only 500 in total over 10 years, the 10 years will be delivered. That's paragraph 40. The council reduced that by 70 because permission was given for a 70 dwelling site. But that's what a windfall is. I mean, it's a site not allocated in the plan. So now we've got 473. But paragraph 49 goes on to note that 315 have already been built on large windfall sites between 2011 and 2017. So now we've got another 14 years until 2031. So it seems to us that the 500 total would already have been reached on large sites. And then we've got paragraph 55 stating that 2 sites totaling 194 dwellings at Ickleford and Hitching, they came forward, but they've not been included in the analysis. So there's no reason for not treating those as windfalls. So I think I'm a little puzzled, therefore, that paragraph 63 there concludes that no change in the assumed rate of windfalls needs to be made on large sites. So I think we need some more information on that, please. We think that a more rigorous approach to windfall sites need to be taken by the council, and also to the possibility of more brownfield sites coming forward within urban areas. I think I know that there is more possibilities, as we've heard from Ms. Cotier, in Luton, because it's got a totally different geography altogether, and more windfall sites are bound to come forward on brownfield sites. But I think there is still a possibility, I think, that these can come forward, we believe, in the towns of North Hertfordshire. Does the brownfield register help us in that respect? I think that's all I want to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Griffiths. Ms. Hamilton.
Yes. Hi. Okay, I'm going to follow these points off. I'm not going to look at you because I'm going to follow these points so I don't miss one, and then you can get rid of me. Right. Okay. In response to Mr. Bolton, I didn't say about the reason of the houses in North Herts is because there is a high demand. Okay, I'd just like to clarify that. I live in North Herts. I've lived here a very, very long time. And recently we have seen the huge amount of, I don't mean to be rude, but we've seen how many houses are up for sale, and they're still up for sale a year later. Just around this area, there's a huge amount that's still up for sale. What I was appertaining to was the fact that just because you're going to put more and more houses into a place, it doesn't mean that lots of people going to buy them. What it just meant was it enables, it doesn't bring down affordability, because other people will buy them and then private rent them and turn them into the shared housing. So I just wanted to, make that known. Obviously, we do have people that want to move out of London into North Hertfordshire, but that has gone down considerably because the employment and the sustainability and infrastructure in North Herts has got a problem. So that's first point. Number two, another response to Mr. Bolton. Mr. Bolton was saying about you don't want to remove any sites. That would be a wrong thing to do. But in response to that, surely if removing a couple of sites and reducing a couple of sites would mean that there is no more delays on this local plan that can be approved, then surely that would be a really, really good thing. So that's that point there. Number three, also relating to a point that was made by somebody, and I can't remember who, if they did reduce the buffer and put the numbers in line with the ONS, I don't think that we should go gun-ho down the route with a particular site, because as Ms. Fernandez said, there might be issues with certain sites, and obviously, as I've already pointed out, there's at least one strategic site that's had its deliverability questioned. So this could, in respect, even though it's a site that could maybe move forward quicker, it could actually be delayed a lot longer because floors have been raised, and it could cause massive issues which would actually extend that site's process and everything. I can't remember the terms of it, and it would end up being a lot longer than other sites. Number 4, regarding what I spoke to you about earlier, one of the sites that I was going on about that I've seen in Hitchin, I checked in ED 191B, which is where I was coming from. Do we have an actual list? Which was that one. The couple of sites that I've seen, such as the Hitchin College one, which is 116, isn't actually on the list that the council provided in ED 191B. And 116 homes is 116 homes at the end of the day. So if we have anything like that, would it be like a good idea for, shall I bring it up with Mr. Smith or North Herts District Council, do you think? Because I think that'd be quite, you know, I do think that like 116 dwellings, if it's not part of it and not even mentioned as a windfall site, should be included. So that's a sort of question-ish sort of thing. And in response to the way North Herts could go forward with their 5-year plan, I'm afraid I can't comment on Liverpool's things because my brain's just died, I'm afraid. But I would suggest that maybe bring forward possibly a site or sites that aren't controversial, if this can then go towards the 5-year plan, because that possibly would tick that box. So if there is a couple of strategic sites or some sites that aren't on the significant contribution green belt, aren't controversial, could go through because they are deliverable and they are sustainable, then maybe they could be brought forward, definitely, in regards to the planning applications, and that would go towards ticking that 5-year plan box. And also, I would just like to say that if North Herts are looking for like extra sites to put into it that aren't so controversial, we would be more than happy, and I would be more than happy with my sort of environmental hat on type of thing. We would be more than happy. I know some of the groups would be more than happy to work with North Herts so that we don't have these issues, and we'd be more than happy to come and survey sites, look at sites and say, hey, we can't speak with the community and say, look, hey, you know, we live here and we can't see a problem with this site, to try and alleviate some of the issues that have appertained into this plan. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Just one thing I would say is, if you think that there might be some sites that have got planning permission that Mr. Smith might have missed, I'm sure he'd be grateful to know about them.
Okay, I'll send it to Mr. Smith.
Ms. Cotier.
Yes, hello, thank you. I'm just checking something right now online. I've just had the idea to look it up, so that's why I've come back again. It's one of the old examination documents from Luton, and I'm looking at the revenue for affordable housing that the council has done a viability analysis for assessing revenues that would be appropriate to be sought for following dwellings from schemes of less than 10 units. For houses, it's £14,000 per dwelling, and flats, it's £8,000 per dwelling. So if there is any need at all, which I've said that there isn't, but was there an unmet need, considering that Luton Borough Council has had to go to the government asking for a loan to prop up its revenues because they claim to be £40 million deficit in their funding, and they were actually last month saying if they don't get any support from the government, they're going to be bankrupt as a local authority. And this was in the news repeatedly, but you probably, I mean, this is something that probably only locals are interested in enough to follow. But the dire straits that the council have gotten themselves into has meant that we have had to have child services cut. They had to make huge budgetary cuts, as well as turn to the central government for a large loan. Initially, they asked for 60 million. Initially, they were given, earlier this year, I think they were given 13 million. And they went back again about a month ago, claiming there was a 40 million pound budget deficit when they did their meeting this year. So with all that in mind, I would think that any extra houses that might bring in any extra revenue would be desperately needed by Luton Borough Council as an economic consideration. From the point of view of the local authority, any revenue that they could look towards getting, as well as simultaneously regenerating empty, abandoned sites or derelict brownfield sites, or one of their many thousand empty commercial properties, which they are busy underway, often converting into livable units, would be the most economically viable thing for them to do, rather than to take several thousand and put them outside of their own borders and allow another authority to gain the revenue from it. I would say that as a Luton resident, I would prefer my own bankrupt council to get the revenue from building affordable housing or any type of housing that I don't wish to give as a resident, but concerned that even our this is just boots on the ground information, even our weekly rubbish collections have been reduced to every other week now, because they can't afford anymore to do it every week, which is pretty terrible really in the summer when all the food's rotting in the bins and there were rat problems down in the town. I kid you not, there really were. So things are not so great around here. The council will be the first to admit it, and they even had to, our MP for Luton even had to submit a petition a couple of months ago to Parliament begging for extra money. So really, all in all, we could really use the extra income from these 2,000 houses that they want to put just across the border ourselves, within the space we have within our own borders. Because even though economics isn't my area, as everybody knows, I can still see the basic connection between our needs are greater than theirs at this point.
I understand the point. Thank you. Ms. Pears, and then I'm going to draw a line under this.
Yeah, my question perhaps relates to Ms. Hamilton's question also. I was informed lunchtime about a planning application which was agreed yesterday, which I think, but I haven't had the time to check today, is for 116 houses on the playing field of North Herts College in Hitchin. Can Mr. Smith confirm where, really the same question that Nikki has asked, where has that come from? Why isn't that part of the 5-year land supply that he says he doesn't have? And I haven't been able to check on the density, but my other question to Mr. Smith, and I'm looking at what North Herts District Council did with the Jeff Smith redundant building in Black Horse Road, Jeff King rather, redundant building. One of the reasons for that lack of ability to meet the housing supply is that they refuse to build high density, and I just do not understand why they don't take the advice of CPRE in London, where they will build at a higher density. And Mr. Smith seems to be, or his councillors seem to be, both against that. And they, again, picking up what Ms. Cottier is trying to say, when it is suggested to them that they build developments such as passive housing, they say they haven't got the money to do that, but they'd like to do that. And that's part of our great frustration with virtually everything that North Herts District Council is not doing when they could be doing if they were more imaginative in their planning.
Yeah, I can see that someone is using the chat facility. Please don't. Sorry, did I interrupt you there, Ms. Pears?
Yeah, no, it was three things. It was one about the planning application yesterday to do with North Herts College, which Nikki Hamilton has referred to. What was that? Why isn't that included or brought forward into the local plan? And why cannot developments be done at a higher density? And why is there not passive housing developments?
Well, on the density question, I recall that we did talk at length about density in previous hearing sessions, so I don't want to dwell on that. Well, on the point about sites that are granted permission yesterday or otherwise recently, if it was granted permission yesterday, it couldn't have been anywhere in the supply until yesterday, if it did indeed just receive permission yesterday. But as I said to, who did I mention it to now? Ms. Hamilton.
Ms. Hamilton, yeah.
Yeah, if there are sites that you're concerned that Mr. Smith or the council might not have captured as part of their supply, then please do let them know. But I would imagine that Mr. Smith gets his information in terms of planning permissions and the like to go into the supply from his colleagues in development management or whatever they call that section of the planning department in this authority. Would that be right, Mr. Smith, broadly?
Yes, that would. Yes, I had a note here that Hitchin College was an application yet to be determined, but you're right, it went to planning committee last night. But either way, obviously that's far too late to be in any of the numbers or figures that we've presented to yourself.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that 116 is a moderately sort of medium kind of development.
Yeah, I understand, but by the signs of it, it literally only became part of the supply last night.
Yeah,
because that's when it was granted permission. So I'll forgive Mr. Smith not having included it before.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Right, this is literally last orders with no drinking up time. Are you indicating, or is that a legacy hand, Ms. Cottier?
No, it's a final comment relating to the point that was just spoken of by Cheryl here. Okay, can I say it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So yeah, I think she's definitely wise to question the key assumptions as to whether these extra planning permissions have been included in the original number. And yeah, I mean, you're right to say that it came online too late to be perhaps considered. However, I can't say for the planning portal I can't say for the Planning and Development Control Committee for North Herts, but I can say for the Planning and Development Committee for Luton, there are planning applications that go backwards in time that are not included in the supplies, either the main allocations or the 5-year moving supply. So in terms of that, we can say, well, this one came online too late to be included. But if there is a similar situation in North Parts as there is in Luton, and I don't know whether there is, but there is at least this situation in Luton, that the sheer number of extra sites being permitted and often delivered in the last several years since the plan was adopted, that are part of the move-in land supply, but were not counted as such, are many. I mean, we're running into not just 100 or 1,000, we're running into 1,000, many thousands. I know that's an exorbitant number, and I'm surprised by it as much as you are, but nonetheless, I would say that we would really, what would we all choose to do at this point? Which way would we all choose to go? Would we choose to count everything up accurately or ignore the evidence? Because I think we all deserve a break. You deserve a break. I deserve a break. Nikki, Cheryl, everybody that's been spending many hours of their lives on this. We could just clarify all of this right now if we just summarized all of the developments in terms of their size and numbers that have been actualized or permitted, and look at what the true picture really is. And I put that out as a kind of as a challenge, really. Is anybody going to take me up on this?
Yes, is the answer to that, I think, because I know that you've done a lot of work on that, and you've trawled through an awful lot of records, looking at various sources, including Luton's planning committee and the rest of it, and in a way, that's pretty much what I've asked of what the council is going to do through their statement of common ground with Luton and with Central Bedfordshire, is to draw on their figures in terms of what they have in their respective housing land supplies as well. So to answer your question, well, to answer your point, I'm not going to overlook that, and in fact, that bit of work being done is designed to make sure that that point isn't overlooked.
So one of the problems that I don't wish to when we are asking council to produce a statement, it would involve them compiling data. And of course, a statement of common ground is going to be a matter of a few pages with some sentences saying we have this or that number. But what I'm looking for really is, do we just go with the thing that because they've said it on a piece of paper, it relates to the reality of the number of sites? Or are we going to actually look at the list of the number of sites and count them and put them on the table for all to see? Because I think all of the people here that are objecting relentlessly would quickly all go away if they could literally see and believe, seeing is believing, that there is truly this or that number, as opposed to that or this number that people like me and Cheryl and other people are saying. And we could all together, again, if we wanted, if they wanted, if we wanted, we could all together put together some sort of long directory of sites that are permitted, brought forward, and beside them, right, these are from the local plan, these are land, these are windfall, these are in the 5-year land supply, this is extra and not accounted for anywhere. And then we would all see, and if at the end of doing that exercise, there really was a deficit, believe me, I'm more than happy to accept that and go on my merry way and never ever blacken your doorstep again, as would, I'm sure, many of the people here that have wasted hours of their lives doing this. And and do something where I'm actually, getting paid for my time, because as I've said before, the people that are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts are, they're giving up we're talking thousands of hours here. So that's what I would like to see, to just bring it to a short and swift conclusion, because I think it could be done so simply, and we're skirting around the peripheries here. And really what we could do, we could just tackle the thing head on, all of us together, and say, yeah, there's this number of sites, and we would say, okay, great. And it would serve us into the future, because you would have, many sites to dip into then.
Miss Cotier, yeah. If I may, it's been some considerable time since I worked in a planning department in a local authority, but I suspect that these days local authorities keep lists of developments that have been granted planning permission on databases, and it shouldn't be, in all likelihood, a significant task to simply run a search and print off or provide that sort of data. Would I be right in thinking that, Mr. Smith? I'm not saying it was typewriters and the like when I worked in a local authority, but not much more advanced.
Yes, we do. Obviously, the numbers even in ED191B, the trajectory, sat behind that is a list of all the permissions at the 1st of April, which is the base date for that analysis.
Okay, so I think that would be usefully appended.
Yes.
Yes, they'd just done away with the typing pool when I started, I seem to recall. And a final point then from Mr. Bolton, and then I'll draw a line under that and close for the day. Mr. Bolton, apart from, of course, to go back to Mr. Smith and anything that he wanted to pick up on as the council's final word. Mr. Bolton.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to have to, if we are going to have all this new information, we will need to comment on it, because we have been making representations on central beds and indeed on Luton plan work, both of those examinations. So we will be commenting on those when they come in. But a final play, if we are very keen on getting up-to-date information, could we also use the up-to-date policy compliant housing requirement? Because again, we spent a long time talking about that, but we could just default to the standard method of this plan, and it would make it a lot sounder for a lot longer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. So I'm now closing the door to hear only from Mr. Smith and the council's final word.
Thank you. I'll pick up on a couple of the points. Variously, Ms. Sanand, Ms. Hamilton, and Mr. Aspinall effectively alluded to the fact that there were elements of risk in our strategy and delivery, and I think that just goes to the point we were making after lunch of, that is why a buffer is required. Mr. Bolton, when he was talking about the step trajectory and whether he thought it was justified, he is right that in a sense, there is an outbreak of pragmatism here in our suggested way forward, and in ED 178, which was the paper we did for you at the start of this year, prior to 2018 projections, but that did look at options for proceeding and why we didn't think they were tenable options in terms of selecting more sites, looking for more sites, and bearing in mind obviously that was our position when we were anticipating hearings in March, and here we are a further 8 months down the line from that point. Plainly that's still our case, and probably more so. And similarly, without wanting to reopen duty, that the bottom line on all of that was when we were talking about Greenbelt first time round, I think we made very clear to you our view that there was no reasonable prospect of the council's needs being met in any other authority. Everybody's got very challenging targets in this area, accepting your point, obviously duty is done and dusted. And yes, obviously the college point we've now covered off, that's a permission that's arisen. after the event, as it were, in terms of the information in front of you, but obviously within the trajectory there is an allowance for large windfalls, and as Mr. Gritt has pointed out, you did ask us for more information to justify that after the original hearings, and we consider, you know, that's a sound allowance in there. So there is an allowance for unexpected sites coming forward in the plan, both from larger and smaller sites. So I think that's all I would pick up on at this point, unless Miss Ormsby had any other points she wanted to. No, shake of the head from Miss Ormsby. I think that's it from the council. Thank you, sir. And I haven't got any further points either. So in which case then I'll now adjourn for the day. So I make it 16:51. I adjourn the hearing to resume on Zoom tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.